adjustment of Tuesday, November 9th, 2021 to order. And first things first, I'd like to ask all staff who are going to testify today to raise their hand and take the oath of take the oath. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but your truth.
Yes,
And
I do.
please, let's start with, let's see, who all do we have here? Let's start with Ms. Cohn and go repeat all your names for me, please.
Genevieve. Genevieve Khan. Shu.
Shu Wood.
Jared.
Jared Clements.
Najma.
Najma Muhammad.
Andy.
Andrew Clark.
Anna Naniski. Zach.
And Zach Nelson. I apologize, my camera's not working, but I did raise my hand to take the oath.
Thank you. All right, Anna, do you have any preliminary announcements?
I do not.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and I believe the best thing to do is continue 4 cases that are not going to be heard today.
Well, sorry to pause you, Kelleher. I'll go over sort of the brief statement of how the virtual meeting will be run, if that's okay.
Oh, sure.
So I know we're all fairly used to these Zoom meetings at this point, but I'm going to describe the procedure for this virtual meeting. First, city staff is going to give their staff report when the cases are called. Then the chair is going to turn it over to the applicant team associated with the case, and then it'll be time for public testimony. For everyone online, there are 2 categories of people that are participating in this meeting. We have attendees and panelists. So the panelists, they are commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in participating in the case, you're going to use the raise hand function that's in Zoom. It should be at the bottom of your screen in the ribbon, and that will identify for city staff to promote you to a panelist. When that promotion happens, it will appear that you are temporarily disconnected from the meeting, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. Then you will be a panelist for us. And that's when you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera. If you are joining with us via the app, we would prefer that you change your username or your screen name to your legal name. That'll help in the promotion process. And once, as I mentioned, once you are promoted, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera and your microphone so you can be sworn in, and then it will be your time to speak. Your microphone does need to be muted at all times unless you are giving testimony. And there's also a reminder that the chat box is exclusively for questions about the agenda or logistics about the meeting. Merits of the case shall not be discussed in the chat box. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair.
You're muted, Mike.
Let's first take up docket number 3, case number 11457. Property address is 3808 East 78th Street. It's been a request to have this case continued until December 14th, 2021. Is that without a fee?
Correct, without fee.
Okay. Is there anyone, if anyone in the audience is interested in this case, please raise your hand.
No one is raising their hand.
Thank you. Then I would like to have a motion from a member of the quorum to continue this matter until December 14th, 2021.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until December 14th. And then we have docket number 7, case number 00112. The property address is 2924 Harrison Street. Is this to be continued also without fee?
Continuance without fee to December 14th.
Okay, may I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Evans.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until, oh, I should ask, is there anyone in the audience who is interested in this case? If so, please raise your hand.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. This matter is then continued until December 14th. And then we have 15, docket number 15, case number 00129. The address is 3625 Central Street. Also a request to continue this matter till December 14th without fee, I assume. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is there anyone in the audience interested in this case? If so, please raise your hand.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, is there a motion to continue?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued till December 14th. And lastly, docket number 16, case number 00105, address of 8812 Indiana Avenue. Also to be continued until December 14th without fee, I assume.
This one is with fee, sir.
Oh, with a fee, okay. And if there's anyone in the audience that's interested in this case, would you please raise your hand?
Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to continue this case with the fee to December 14th?
So moved. Evans.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to December 14th.
In
Okay.
addition, docket item number 6, CDBZA 2021-00109 needs to be continued to December 14th as well.
Fee or no fee?
With or
No
without a
fee.
fee? No fee. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved, Evans.
Is there a second? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
On that one.
Oh, did I ask if there's anyone in the audience interested in this case, please raise your hand.
There are 2 people raising their hands.
Okay.
I'm going to promote the applicant, Adam Sachs,
Okay.
as well as Jim Martin.
Okay.
On. Here I am. Can I provide an update?
Would you would like to provide an update?
Well, I just wanted to weigh in on behalf of the applicant that the applicant is lining up assistance with the fence and is hopeful that it will be.
Well, no, I'm sorry. We can't take testimony until the case is ready to be heard.
Okay.
Okay. And the other party who was interested in this case? What, could you state your name and nature of your interest?
I'm a neighbor.
Okay. And do you do you have any problem with being available on December 14th?
I don't believe so. I have a procedural question, if I might ask.
Oh, I may be able to answer it. What is it?
So if the applicant is requesting a special exception with a new design, are there any kind of requirements to present drawings or plans or anything?
Probably the best thing for you to do is to discuss that with staff following the continuance.
Okay.
Okay. Excuse me. That being said, do I have a motion to continue this case until December 14th?
So moved, Chairman or Vice Chair Kelleher.
Mr. Ebbets, I don't think you were on the quorum. We need.
You're right, sorry.
So moved. I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Is there a second?
Second.
And all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until December 14th. Thank you. And let's move on with the regular docket. The first case, docket number 1, is case number 00065. The address is 5300 East 155th Street. And could the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting Stephen Lucas. And Keeley, my apologies. That is everyone who's raising their hand.
I'm not seeing who did you promote?
I believe Stephen Lucas is the applicant.
Okay. I'm not seeing Mr. I see his name, but I do not see. Is your camera on, Mr. Lucas?
Yes, sir, it is.
I see him, Mr. Kelleher.
Okay, well, it's my issue then.
You may have
Well,
to
let's,
click blue arrow on your screen to go to the next set of gallery views. It should have a number under it saying 1 of 3 or 1 of 2, depending on how big your screen is.
oh, okay.
And Kelly, will you please introduce yourselves? Again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Kelly Mettinger. I'm a paralegal with the Ross Fretz, working with Stephen Lucas.
Yeah, and Stephen Lucas, attorney with Ross Fretz, appearing on behalf of Eidecker Inc.
Okay, Mr. Lucas, did you have a chance to review the staff report?
I did.
And do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits 1 through 9 listed therein?
I do not.
Okay, then one of those is the staff report and PowerPoint presentation. Could we see that, please?
Yes, wait just a moment. Can everybody see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Zach Nelson, City Planning staff. This next case is located in the very far southern portion of the city within the Richards-Gebauer area. So a little more specifically, this is located south of 150 Highway in a fairly industrial and commercial zoned portion of the city. The Centerpoint Intermodal site is just to the north, and then there are several commercial and industrial uses to the west, and then the city limits are just to the south, just south of East 155th Street. So the subject site specifically that we're looking at is bordered in yellow here. It's just this northern portion. There is a detention pond to the north, and the site itself is currently undeveloped, although there is an access road that's being used, which connects to Andrews Road to the west here. And then this is just looking at the subject site, looking east for a little bit better context of the site. So the site is currently zoned M1-5, and the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow for an asphalt plant, which is considered general manufacturing. Idecker Asphalt is the applicant, and they will have approximately 4 to 6 employees on the site at any given time. The operating hours are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., and occasionally on nights and weekends as needed. And then the overall function of the site will be to provide asphalt for laydown crews and customers. So this is the site plan that's been provided. As I previously mentioned, there is a long access road connecting to Andrews Road to the west. There is an access easement that is being shown as well that will provide for that access. Near the front of the site will be the several office buildings and then employee parking. And then behind that to the east will be a material handling and batch plant. And then there will, further to the east, set back quite a ways, will be material stockpile and then a stormwater detention area as well. And then this is just kind of a zoomed in, just to give a little bit better context. There will be new landscaping provided off of Andrews Road to provide some screening. And then this kind of gives a better idea of the layout of the offices and then the parking. And as I mentioned, the batch plant is to the rear, to the east. So staff has reviewed this site plan and all the plans that were submitted, and staff believes that it complies with all the special use permit criteria. And so I won't go through all that, but staff believes that this is an appropriate use, and it will, it essentially matches the character of this area. So this went to City Plan Commission approximately 2 weeks ago, I believe. And at that meeting, the CPC recommended approval subject to 37 conditions in the staff report. I did want to mention that the applicant is requesting that several of the plan corrections and conditions within the staff report be removed. Most of these have been satisfied. And I do have a separate slide with all of those, with the language of those conditions. But with that, that concludes my presentation.
So the separate slide that you mentioned, has that been agreed upon with the applicant?
Yes, I spoke last week with the applicant, and they're in agreement.
Okay, can we, I think we need to mark that as an exhibit.
Yes, let me go ahead and share that real quick. Give me just a moment. So this is the slide that I'm referencing. The first 3 conditions are plan corrections, and all of them have been satisfied. I can go through each one individually if needed.
Well, no, I'm just trying to make sure we have a good record. This slide is not within your staff report, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so let's mark that as an exhibit and admit it.
Okay, I think we're on number 10, Mr. Kelleher. We want to mark
Yes, exhibit 10 would be yes. Okay, Mr. Lucas, do you have any objection to the admission of Exhibit 10?
I do not.
Okay, show it admitted. And anything else from you, Zach?
No, I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lucas, tell us why we should approve your application.
Sure. Well, Stephen Lucas, attorney with Rouse Fretz. As I said, I haven't been sworn in yet. Would you like me to?
Sorry, thanks for reminding me. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we have a presentation that we've presented, but I think for the sake of brevity, we have a team here, our engineer and Mr. Wilkins with Idecker Inc. is here and available to respond to questions. But in short, we're just dovetailing on the CPC's recommendation of approval and staff's determination that this is an appropriate use. And so with respect to our specific request is for the members of the board this morning to grant approval of our special use application for general manufacturing located at 5300 East 155th Street, subject to staff's recommendations with their corrections and conditions report, save for conditions 1 through 3, as well as 11, 35, and 36 and 37, which Zach identified and I think was entered as Exhibit 10.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone interested in this case other than the applicant and his team? If so, please raise your hand.
David Wilkins.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Kurt
Wilkins.
and James.
Okay. Mr. Wilkins, state your name for the record, please.
Yes, David Wilkins.
And do you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And tell us what you have to contribute.
I am part of the applicant team. So.
Oh, you're okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Unless you want to speak, then you don't really need to.
Okay.
Who else was present?
James.
Good morning. James Mulick, Senior Manager, Economic Development for the Port Authority of Kansas City, the property owner. I'm just here to express our support for this application. And we believe certainly it furthers the redevelopment of the former air base and provides opportunity for further redevelopment of Idecker's former site located just to the north. Again, Port Authority is in support of this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any board members have questions of staff or the applicant?
Kelleher, there's one more participant, Kurt.
Oh, okay.
Yes. My name's Kurt Mitcher. I'm with Telfair and Brown. I'm the civil engineer who prepared the drawings for the application.
Okay. But thank you for being present. I really don't deem it necessary for you to go through those with us. I think they've already been reviewed and approved. Anyone else? If not,
seeing none.
I'm sorry, Anna.
Seeing none. No one else has raised their hand.
Oh, okay, thank you. Seeing none, is there a motion on this case?
Mr. Chair, I did have a question for staff.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson, as I heard it, you'd indicated that of the CPC conditions 1, 2, and 3 have been met. What about 36 and 37?
Yes, the applicant has submitted a preliminary plat application, and as part of that preliminary plat, they're also required to submit a stream buffer plan. So both of those conditions have been satisfied as well.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Does anyone have a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Case number 65. I would move that the board grant the application's request in accordance with all the exhibits, staff report, and site plan.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your application is granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, docket number 2 is case number 66. The property address is 14707 Prospect Avenue. Would the applicant please raise her hand?
Anna, can you promote Judd Clausen and Shelley Little?
Yep, Judd has been
Okay.
promoted and Shelley as well. It's just running slow this morning. My apologies.
No problem. Okay, who is going to speak for the applicant?
Hello, Chair. My name is Judd Clausen with Phelps Engineering, and I'm the civil engineer for the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Clausen, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Also with me is my client, the applicant, Miss Shelley Little with Gotcha Covered. She is also on, and her microphone and video is also on as well. So I'd like to have her sworn in as well at this time.
Okay, Ms. Riddle, would you raise your hand as well? You both solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Okay. You had an opportunity to review the staff report.
We did.
Do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits 1 through 9 listed in that report?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll show those exhibits admitted and ask staff to present the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. I'm going to share my screen of the presentation. Here for docket number 2 in front of you is a special use permit request for the project Gotcha Covered. It is essentially a wholesaling and outdoor storage for a landscape material company. Along with this request, there are 2 ordinances that's been passed. One is 210984, one is 210985. These 2 ordinances allow a rezoning and a development plan, as well as a area plan amendment before this special use permit could be approved. The subject site is located in South Kansas City, close to Martin City. More specifically, it's located on the southeast corner of Prospect Avenue and Highway 150. Currently, it is on R80. It's undeveloped. It's heavily wooded with a little structure located on the north side. The surrounding land use are largely undeveloped, including M1-5 on the other side of Highway 150 and R80 to the south, west, and east. The applicant has proposed to reuse this land, to develop this land for their landscape company. As I mentioned earlier, the ordinance has passed a rezoning from R80 to M1-1 to allow such use. Here's the view looking north on Prospect Avenue. The subject site is located on your right hand. Here's a view looking at the existing driveway on the subject site from Prospect Avenue. Prospect Avenue is identified as a local link on our major street plan, which requires 80 feet right of way. The applicant is in agreement for a street dedication. Here's the view looking east on Highway 150. The entire site is heavily wooded and is surrounded by the natural woods. There's a site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant proposed to place 45 storage bins in 2 rows, and also proposed 2 barns to be established on the site. Currently, there is no detention basin. The applicant proposed to plat this site into 1 lot and 1 tract. As you can see, the tract A, which is located on your bottom right corner, which is also the southwest corner of the site, that will be used for bio retention in the future. The applicant also provided a 6-foot tall wooden fence along the entire site, around the entire site. Staff has requested the applicant to revise the materials for the fence that's located abutting the street right-of-way as required by the code. Here is some pictures showing by the applicant for the material storage bins. City Plan Commission has recommended approval with conditions subject to the approval of those 2 ordinances I mentioned. Staff is also recommending approval with conditions as stated in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you. Any board members have any questions of staff? If not, Mr. Clausen, would you tell us why we should grant this application?
Thank you, Chair and fellow commissioners, board members. We appreciate your consideration of this application for our special use permit for this property. Shoewood has been great in working with her and the rest of the staff and putting this together. It's been a long road to get to this spot. We have been to CPC and received unanimous approval with minimal discussion, and we have been to City Council also with very minimal discussion. The staff report goes into obviously a lot of detail about the analysis of the project. But in general, this application here is found to be within the zoning standards and the development code. It's a good use for the property. We had neighborhood meeting and there was only one property owner, the adjacent property owner, that came to the meeting, and he had no objection to the project as well. So all in all, we feel like it's a good fit for the property. It's an existing Kansas City, Missouri business that's looking to relocate here. So really, it's an opportunity for a small business to continue to do operations within Kansas City, Missouri and grow. With that, unless Shelley has some additional items to add, we stand available for any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Would anyone here in support or opposition of this application raise your hand, please?
Nobody has raised their hands.
Okay. Any questions from board members? If not, do I have a motion?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, in case number 66, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report and all the conditions listed therein.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your application has been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
How long is the special use permit granted for?
It's granted for 3 years as subject to the condition and staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next case will be docket number 4, case number 43, address 3929 Walnut Street, Unit 1. And it appears we have a companion case for 644 with the same address, unit number 2. Could we have the applicant come forward, please? Or raise your hand, I'm sorry.
No one is raising their hand.
I can see the applicant in the attendee pool, but they have not raised their hand. Now their
there he
hand is
goes.
raised.
Tom Sharkey is being promoted.
Okay. Here, Mr. Sharkey, would you like to raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Tom Sharkey.
And you're the applicant's representative here today?
Yes, I'm the applicant and the owner.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the staff reports that have been prepared in your case?
Yes, I have, and I agree with them.
And you don't have any objection then to the admission of the administrative exhibits listed in the staff report?
No objections.
Okay, we'll show all of those exhibits admitted for both applications. Staff, would you like to tell us about this project?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Kelleher. Before us, we have docket items 4A and 4B. These are 2 short-term rental special use permits in each unit of a duplex at 3929 Walnut Street. The zoning is R-1.5. The applicant is seeking the special use permit because they were not able to obtain consent from at least 55% of adjacent property owners. They have met their public engagement requirements. So this is the location of the subject site. It is within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's on Walnut Street between 39th Street and East 40th Street. To the north and west are parking lots that support Main Street uses, including the Warwick Theater, which is just to the west there. These are the key points of these special use permits. There are 2 non-owner occupied short-term rental special use permits. The staff has not received any letters of opposition or in favor of the request. The conditions associated with these special use permits are that they must be renewed every 3 years and they must keep their registration up to date with the city. These are the special use permit review criteria. Staff has determined that this application meets all applicable criteria. The CPC voted to recommend approval with conditions of these special use permits. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Do any board members have any questions of staff?
Mr. Nelson, sorry, Mike. Mr. Nelson, have we received any, has the staff received any complaints on these particular on this particular property?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay, well, Mr. Sharkey, would you tell us why the board should grant your application?
Yes, sir. I have a property management company. We're called Lemon Tree, and we manage short-term rentals professionally. What the type of client that we really like to serve is traveling nurses and traveling clinicians, especially during these COVID times. I used to be a traveling therapist, and so there's a lot of there's not many temporary housing for traveling nurses, and so I wanted to provide that to them. We also house traveling business and business executives, so we spur some of the economy by helping other business owners enter the area, also other customers, and we coordinate with other small business owners. So and the way I do it professionally is I put cameras at every entrance, and then I have noise sensors on the inside. So if there's ever any, and it tracks the decibels. So anytime it goes above a certain decibel level, I'm notified, and that way I can reach out to the guest. Hey, you need to keep it down. And so it kind of mitigates that party. We don't host parties. It's not in my interest, and it's not in my best interest because it's just more wear and tear on the property. And then we also very much respect the community as well. Whenever I selected this property to do this as short-term rental, as you could see on the map, there was 2 parking lots, and so it's a very commercial area. And that's the only way I want to do short-term rentals, is when it's already in a very commercial area. We have one residential neighborhood to the side of us. And I think that's really important because, you know, I understand that neighborhoods don't want these in their neighborhoods. So I'm very sensitive to that. And I just want that to be known, that I select properties that are, you know, should be desensitized to more commercial activity, as indicated on the map. So again, I do this professionally, and I want to respect the neighbors, and it's always being monitored 24/7 with the noise sensors and with the cameras on the outside. So that's what I have.
Well, I must compliment you that noise sensor is an ingenious idea.
Definitely helps.
Any questions from board members?
So, Mr. Sharkey, Mark Evans here. A quick question. How many units do you represent besides these 2? And on this particular unit, I only saw 1 entry door. Is there a separate entry door for unit 2? Thank you.
Yes, I manage 21 listings. It's 17 units. I have several on the Kansas side, and this is not my first go around with the regulations here in Missouri. So I have a couple pending, and then I have some that are finished too. And there is a side door on the side of the house. It's on the left side, and that's on the parking lot side. So if there's opening and closing, shouldn't really mess with any neighbors.
Any more questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sharkey, of the 55% of consenting neighbors, what percentage did you actually get?
So I have there's a commercial building across the street. I couldn't get a hold of them. There's an LLC behind me. I couldn't get a hold of them. And then there was a AT&T, which has that parking lot. I can't get a hold of them. And so there was all LLCs around me. I tried reaching, there's one residential neighbor which is right beside me. I tried reaching out to him. I've knocked on his door. I don't know if he works midnight hours. I couldn't get a hold of him either. So after several attempts, so this is why I'm going with the special use permit. I just can't get a hold of the LLCs.
So it's 0.
0, correct. Mm-hmm.
And the question for staff, well, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone in the audience here in support or opposition, please raise your hand.
Seeing none.
Okay, then seeing none, do we have a motion? We better have a motion on each case individually, please.
Chairman Kerr, in case number 43, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and recommendations.
Is there a second to Mr. Ebbett's motion?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Application in case number 43 is granted. Case number 44.
So in case number 44, Chairman Kelleher, the same situation. I recommend the applicant be granted the request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and recommendations as listed herein.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Case number 44's application is also granted. Good luck to you, sir. I see our esteemed chairwoman is back with us. Let's take a 5-minute break and let things settle down and get her in her proper position.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. I'm sure you did a great job without me.
You did. I'm Miss Otto. I'm going to be leaving it now.
Okay, since I'm here. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That we have enough of a quorum. Okay, yeah, so let's take a 5-minute break and then everybody can come back. All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
I can only get the camera to work on me. I can't see anybody else. And when I
Hey, Mike, we can hear you.
oh, sorry. Teresa, I'm having trouble with my video. I'm going to leave and rejoin the meeting.
Okay, sounds good, Mike. We'll wait to see you come back.
All right, thank you. I've resolved my issue. Teresa, I'm back.
Okay, then I think we can get, oops. Then I think we can get started again, sorry. Just for housekeeping, we're on docket number 5, I understand from where I heard you leave off. And then are there some continued cases beyond the 5 that have already been handled that I can mark off? Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we continued dockets number 6, 7, and 15 and 16.
I'm sorry, 15 and 16?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And okay, perfect. That'll make this a little bit easier. If I know that, we can keep moving. Okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. Let's call the next case, which is docket number 5, case number 10, with an address of 20 East 115th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all other persons who are here in support or opposition, and we will promote you.
Okay, I am promoting the applicant, Tim Stein, as well as the property owner, Tracy Stein. And there's also a Lynn.
Mr. Stein, Ms. Stein, if you could turn on your cameras and your microphone, I'll do identification so we can see you.
Yeah, I apologize. Even though I've practiced law for over 30 years, I'm new to the Zoom world. I'm using a desktop that doesn't have a built-in camera, so I apologize for that.
So you do not have a camera today, Mr. Stein?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. Stein, do you have a camera?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, I can.
Okay. I do have a camera, but I'm not very tech savvy. So,
you should be able to turn your camera on and off.
Host has asked you to start your video. Okay.
Now I can see you. Yes, there you are. Okay. And then Ms. Youngberg, can you turn on your microphone? Okay. Okay. And okay. Do we have any other parties? I see Carol Winterrod. Ms. Winterrod, could you turn on your camera and microphone? I assume she's here in opposition based on this case. Okay. I see you, Carol. Hold on a second. Let me see who else is here.
And then I'm also trying to promote a Sharon.
Okay. And then we'll go, I want to identify who the parties are and who's here in opposition or support. We'll do that in just a minute as soon as we get everybody promoted.
No one else is raising their hand.
Okay. The individual named Sharon, can you turn on your microphone and camera, please? I don't know who, again, the person whose screen says Sharon, can you turn on your microphone and camera, please? Okay. Is there anyone else who's been promoted that I have not asked you to turn on your microphone and camera? If so, please do so. So I can see who you are. All right, we're gonna get going here. To the person named Sharon, if you can hear us eventually and turn your stuff on, we'll be happy to hear from you. But unless you can connect, I won't be able to hear from you. So, Mr. Stein, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Timothy Stein.
And
I'm a Missouri licensed attorney.
Okay, Mr. Stein, I can't see you, but please raise your hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and Tracy Stein is with you today, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Stein, can you state your name for the record, please?
Tracy Stein.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Youngberg, can you state your name for the record, please?
Youngberg, and I'm here in opposition.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Winterrod, can you state your name? You're muted. Can you turn on your microphone, Carol? There you are. Carol, could you state your name, please?
Carol Winterrode.
Okay, and Ms. Winterrode, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right, so let's get started. Mr. Stein, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as a result of your request in this case?
I have.
On the third page of that report, there is listed 9 exhibits. Those are items connected to the matter. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to review and use in making a decision today?
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Najma, we have a presentation, correct?
Correct. And just a quick question, is
Okay.
the woman behind you, Ms. Youngberg, wanting to give testimony as well, or?
Oh,
Yes.
oh, she is. Okay, I didn't realize that. I didn't see her. Thank you for that, Najma. Okay, and what is her name? Can she come to the microphone or can I hear her?
No, this is Lynn Youngberg.
No, Lynn, there's an individual sitting behind you.
Oh.
Is she going to give testimony?
No.
Okay, all right. No,
Sorry.
and she can sit there. I just wanted to swear her in if she was she can stay exactly where she is. I just wanted to swear her in if she was gonna talk. Okay.
No,
She can watch and be a part of this. That would be fine. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Najma, go ahead with your presentation, please. Oh, hold on a second. To the person, oh, never mind. Go ahead. Hold on. To the person that is Sharon, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I'm sorry. And what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Sharon Hill. I'm president of the Red Bridge Homes Association.
Okay, and is that HILL?
That's correct.
And do you have a mic? Do you have a camera?
Yes.
Can you turn
I
it on?
thought I had it on.
You do not. We can't see you.
Okay. Is that necessary?
Well, I'm going to keep moving forward. It is my preference, so I can see if people actually are raising their hand and taking the oath, but I'm going to do this without it. So if you will please raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Najma,
Thank
now, and are you here in opposition, Ms. Hill?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right, Najma, now go ahead.
You all can see my screen, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. CDSUP 2021 case number 10 is in regards to property site 20 East 115th Terrace. It exists in the R7.5 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental in the R7.5 zoning district. To clarify, if you are not operating a short-term rental prior to the passage of the ordinance in 2018 in R7.5 or R10 zoning district, they are prohibited. The applicant did submit public engagement materials and they had their public engagement meeting on October 9th of 2021. This is a location of the subject site in reference to the larger Kansas City, Missouri area, and they are in the Red Bridge neighborhood. This is the subject site. It is 2 houses from Warner Road. Staff believes that the applicant complies with all of the requirements to receive a special use permit, and CPC recommends approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stein, would you please now give us your presentation and explain to this board why you believe we should grant approval of this special use permit?
Yes, I'm going to first try to share a screen. Najma was nice enough to try to explain to me how to do that. So hopefully.
Okay, and Mr. Stein, before you do that, I assume
Yes.
you're trying to share an exhibit. What is it that you're going to share so that I can determine if it's admissible or not?
Okay, so this is a PowerPoint presentation that I sent to Najma last week. It's just going to show some pictures of the property because at the CPC hearing, there was some discussion about the condition of the property.
Okay.
So I'm just going to show pictures of the property.
Okay.
And then there's also going to be some information from Airbnb about the screening process because that came up at the hearing also. And it'll be a page from the Airbnb website on how to screen.
Okay, based on that representation, that will be marked as Exhibit 10. Is that correct, Ms. Baxter? So Mr. Stein will mark that and admit that as Exhibit 10. And I believe Najma has a copy of that. So we'll mark that in our file accordingly.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm going to try this now, if that's okay.
That's fine. Go ahead, Mr. Stein.
Okay. So this is an application for the special use permit. A little bit of background for the board. Obviously, you can tell by the last name, this is my sister. She has either the fortunate or unfortunate circumstance of having 3 older brothers who are attorneys. I like to think that I'm doing this because I'm her favorite attorney brother, but maybe maybe it's because the other 2 wouldn't do it. So Tracy purchased this house in 2012. This is her house. She was excited. She loves the home. She loves the neighbors. She's been a great neighbor. Nobody's ever had any issues with her. She gets along well, loves to work in her yard, loves to work in the house. Like many families in 2017, our mother's getting older and older, and Tracy was spending more and more time over there. So it eventually got to the point where she was there so much that the house was sitting more and more vacant. So she decided to dip her toe into the Airbnb market. Now, unlike the previous case that the board just heard, she's not a real estate developer. She's not a real estate businessman. This isn't her business. This is her only house. This is the only foray into the real estate market. And this isn't a forever investment for her. This is a way to utilize the house and not leave it vacant while she spends more and more time with our aging mother. The plan, which she has expressed to her neighbors and which we discussed at the CPC hearing, is she's eventually going to move back to the house, and probably our mother will move with her. Right now, aging parents, they don't really want to leave their house. So we're kind of in this interim period of when it's time to leave the house that has lots of steps for our mother to Tracy's house, which is a ranch style. So she started this operating this property as a short-term rental in July of 2017. So that's approximately 7 months before the passage of Ordinance 88-525 for short-term rentals. During that 4+ year period, she's never had any issues. She's talked to her neighbors know about it. They've never had any issue that they've expressed to her, and there's never been any police activity or any kind of complaints filed or anything like that. We were notified, she was notified. She believed that because she was operating before the passage that she was okay, but she was notified eventually that she still needed to get the special use permit. And that's when we started that process, and that brings us to today. I'm going to address some of the concerns I anticipate the board hearing.
Lawyer, and he didn't know that.
Yeah. Ms. Hill, we can hear you talking. Could you stay? Thank you. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
So on October 19th, we had the hearing. Staff has recommended approval. The CPC recommended approval. Now we're in front of the board. I want to break down the objections that I anticipate the board hearing today into 2 categories. The first category being, you're going to hear a lot of objections about short-term rentals in general. And I'll admit, I mean, we will all recognize the fact, as the last case before us said, nobody gets excited about having a short-term rental in their neighborhood. But the discussion as to whether or not short-term rentals should be allowed was decided back in February 2018. The city has passed the ordinance allowing, if conditions were met, to permit short-term rentals in 7.5 zoned neighborhoods. So you will hear probably arguments about it's not in the deed of restrictions. It's not, this is a single family neighborhood. An STR shouldn't be allowed because it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. We even heard things such as short-term rentals are run like businesses and hotels. That's just not the case in this instance. So I'm not going to go through in detail about the general objections to short-term rental because I believe that the city has already addressed that. So I'm going to go into more specific as it relates to this property. So what was brought up at the CPC hearing and what I anticipate coming up today is there was discussions about the condition of the property, the screening process for Airbnb, how the property is being managed or operated or overseen. And then there's going to be a slide from, and this was brought up by Commissioner Hill at the CPC hearing about really the concern ought to be, or the focus should be what the saturation of short-term rentals are in the neighborhood. So first I'm going to talk about the condition of the property, and I'm going to show a few slides, but then I'm going to have Tracy address the board, and she's going to tell you why this house is important to her. It's her house. She's going to move back in this house, and the care of this house is important. So I'm just going to go through some of these pictures, and anybody want to stop me, they can. But so this is the front of the house. These pictures are all within the last 10 days. These aren't stock pictures or anything like that. This is additionally the front because there was comments that maybe there was weeds. But again, the property's fine. I think sometimes people confuse Lyrope for weeds, but that's the current condition of the house. There's another picture of the house. There was a comment about some of the shutters had fallen off. There's no shutters missing. There's the backyard. That's the back patio. Another picture of the backyard. She likes to collect things. Some people view this, like to the left of the picture with the statue. She thinks these things are treasures. Her and my mom used to love to go out on large trash pickup, and she picks up treasures. There's just one picture. This is the interior of the house. This is the two houses to the west towards Warnell. Just showing that this house is fully in line with the character and condition of other houses. That's to the south or across the street. And then finally, that's the houses to the east. So there's just no evidence that this property is not being well maintained. Let's go back to so the next thing that was brought up was, how do we know that the property is being screened appropriately? How do we know that there's not sex offenders coming in? One of the things, and I think many of the CPC staff had commented at the hearing that they use Airbnb. They had commented that they believe that that's kind of state-of-the-art screening process. But here is from the Airbnb website that the background checks that they do, everybody that is checked, they run every known public database. They check for criminal activity. They check the national sex offender registries. They even look if somebody's coming from out of the country, they check for to the extent possible foreign. So Airbnb has a reputation that that they want to maintain. And so their security checks are important to them because they've got a reputation to protect. On top of this, there is one more item in here that suggests, it says, we would even suggest the host run your own Google search. And Tracy has agreed going forward that when she gets a new tenant coming in, she'll do her own search on Google. But I believe that every step that is available is being taken either through Airbnb and moving forward through Tracy. She will run and do everything she can, because again, these are her neighbors. she wants to make sure that everything runs appropriately. The next step is kind of hand in hand with that is on how the property is being run. And it's important to see what her personal ratings are. So right now, her current Airbnb rating is 4.7 out of 5. Off to the right, this is Superhost criteria, and it shows where she falls, and she's superior in all of those stays to become what's categorized as a superhost. And she has it at various times been designated as a superhost by Airbnb based on reviews. The last bullet point on this was more about Commissioner Hill talking about saturation. I believe this is the only short-term rental in this neighborhood. And according to, this is the current Kansas City stays of Airbnb. I know it's hard to see, but they're right in the middle where Warnell is. This is the subject house. This goes as far west as state line, well past homes on the east side. And the saturation is not a problem here. There's literally one short-term rental in this neighborhood. So that's what I want to bring up to the board. Now, I would like for Tracy to kind of talk about how the house is important to her and how she maintains it. So Tracy, you're under oath. Explain to the board what this house means to you and how you personally care for the house.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Stein, we can.
Okay. Well, I do love my house. I knew it the minute I walked into it that had to be my home. And each spring I spend like $300 to $400 on flowers because it's important to me to have it look pretty. And I love to garden. I got that from my mother. And when I'm out working in the yard, I will often have people stop by and chat, and they compliment me on the landscaping of it. When I first bought it, I went in and painted everything, and it is my home. Even though I rent it out right now, it is still my home. And I enjoy periodically going over there and staying in it from time to time still. I know that my surrounding neighbors have known that I've been doing this for quite a while, and even one of them even rented it for their family that was coming in town. And I did get cameras put on all of the outdoor doors and above my garage so I can keep an eye on what's going on there when I am not there. So I've even gone over when I've seen that there's been too many cars in the driveway, and I've gone up to the door and addressed it and asked them to have the extra people leave, and they did. So it's important to me to stay in good standing with my neighbors. Because when I move back in, I don't want there to be hard feelings with any of them. So I have put it in the guidelines of the Airbnb short-term rental that they need to be quiet after a certain time, because I don't want that to bother my neighbors. If they're coming and going and talking loud outside, I will address that. And I'm looking forward to moving back in, which looks like it's going to be in the neighborhood of like the spring of 2023. So that's about it.
So just two other cleanup items from the last hearing. There was a comment that somebody had checked the Airbnb site and it had been listed as for 9 guests when the maximum was 8. That has been corrected. It's no longer listed as 9. It is listed as 8. And there is a unique issue that's popped up in almost 4.5 years, maybe 2 or 3 times. This subject address is 20 East 115th Terrace. There just so happens to be a couple doors away, 20 East 115th Street. And yes, on a couple of occasions, somebody has gone to the street instead of the terrace, believing that was the house that they were renting. Moving forward, Tracy again has agreed that she will remind people that when going to the house, it is the terrace, not street. But that has in a couple of years happened. There's also been, you may also hear that in a couple of occasions over 4.5 years, there's been kids running through the yards playing. That's true. Sometimes kids run in the yards and they play. So with that, we would request that the board approve the special use permit application.
Mr. Steinle, I have a question. How many bedrooms does this house have?
Tracy?
It has 5 bedrooms, but I have 4 that are in use. One of the bedrooms I use as my storage.
So is that locked? And so people
It
who
is,
stay there
yes.
cannot use there? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And this is a ranch style house with.
It's a story and a half.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me hear from the people that are here in opposition. Ms. Youngberg, let's start with you, please. What's your opposition?
I went through the approval criteria in order to address the criteria I thought you all were looking at and was most important. And while the house does follow the development codes, goes in with the whole neighborhood, Redbridge neighborhood has over 800 houses in it. Approximately 8,200 people reside in the neighborhood. The majority of the people that I have talked to recently, because I did do a petition and talked to a lot of the neighbors, said that they bought their house in this neighborhood specifically because it was a safe and quiet neighborhood. As Tim mentioned, our deed of restrictions does say that these are supposed to be single-family private homes. And as with any subdivision, neighborhood, or development that has those type of things, when you purchase that home, you basically agree to say, yes, I'm going to follow these restrictions after I have made this purchase. At this moment, that does not appear to be happening. As far as no significant adverse impact on the general welfare, we are in a neighborhood that has minimal police coverage. South Kansas City only has 6 officers on duty at all times. It's divided into quadrants, and therefore you only end up with maybe 2 officers patrolling your section of the city. That doesn't leave, when you have a home next to you where you have people that are constantly rotating through that you do not know who they are, you have strange vehicles at all times coming and going, it gives you an unsafe feeling. We have senior citizens in the area. A lot of them are single people. They're going to bed at night wondering who's in the house next to me. And it causes you to be fearful when you shouldn't be fearful in your own home. The house, I will admit, I've noticed, because I walk the neighborhood a lot, I jog the neighborhood a lot. In the past 2 weeks, there have been people over there working on it. I find it sad that unfortunately it takes a public hearing in order to have things happen, but that is what has happened. There have been anywhere from 2 to 8 cars. There have been times when the cars could not all park in the driveway, and therefore they're parking in front of a neighbor's properties, once again causing a sense of unease. Like was mentioned, there are people that have gone to the wrong house, and it's not just during the day, it has been in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, and this is for all of us, our backyards, it's almost like a valley. And so if you're on your back deck and you're talking, people up and down the street can literally hear you and hear you quite well. I have a gentleman to the east of me who has a friend that has a voice that when I walk and he is over there, I can hear him throughout the whole neighborhood. So sound travels from the patio up and down. One of the other neighbors does have pets, and she is worried because people always, if they see a dog, they like to go over and pet the dog, but she is worried that somehow or another the dog will take it as a threat or get fearful and bite, and then all of a sudden she is in a position of a lawsuit that she wouldn't want to do. Her thought was also possibly that a privacy fence might be put up or something in order to mitigate those circumstances. I don't think there's any adverse effect as far as pedestrian safety or comfort. And I'm reviewing my notes here real quick. the main thing is we just don't think it's with the character of the rest of the neighborhood. As we saw on the map, there was only this one house in Verona, which is a subdivision on the other side of Warnell. There are no short-term rentals. There are a lot of what I would consider short-term rental hotels, homes in 435, all along College Road going over in Overland Park. So it's not like there is a shortage of places for people to stay that are coming in and are only going to be here for a couple days. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Youngberg, I have one question. You
Sure.
mentioned that the deed of restrictions allow the homes to be used as single-family dwellings.
Private residences, yes.
Are private residences. Has the Homes Association filed any kind of action to try to enforce that restriction in this case?
I will let Sharon address that because she is president of our homeowners association.
Okay, all right. Well, then let's go to Ms. Hill next. Ms. Hill, can we hear from you then? Ms. Hill, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Like I said earlier, I'm the president of the Redbridge Homes Association. And yes, the deed of restriction states that none of the said lots may be improved, used, or occupied for any other than the private resident purposes, and no flats or apartment house. We think that the city can, they have zoning in place that should prohibit this kind of use on the property. It is a real strain on the homes associations to have to take people to court over issues like this. That may have to follow, but we choose to try to use our funds to beautify our area. We have, it's a large homes association. Actually, we have over 850 homes. We have 18 islands. We have 35 markers that we plant with flowers and shrubbery around. And that's where we try to focus is beautification of our neighborhood. Our goal is that we protect property values. And I do not think allowing a short-term rental is protecting property values. There is also a homes association right across Warnell. And like was stated earlier, this is 2 houses from Warnell on the east side. To the west is Verona Hills. And I spoke to the president there of Verona Hills. They also have the same concerns that we do and support us. It's something that is not good for neighborhoods. Like's been stated, we don't want to run a hotel in a residential neighborhood. And like the attorney has mentioned and Lynn mentioned, there was a public engagement meeting, supposedly. Mr. Stein sent some certified letters. I did not receive one. My name is all over the HAKC, which is our website for our homes association. It's through our billing, goes through the HAKC. And it also was mentioned by Mr. Stein in a conversation I had with him when I called and asked him, could he postpone it? He had one person that signed up out of, he told me 41 letters, then he changed it to 42 that he sent out. One person, which was Lynn, signed up is what he told me. Well, Lynn said there were actually 3 that joined. I asked him to postpone this because the Redbridge Shopping Center was having a block party for the area. Mr. Stein said, well, I looked at your website and it did not show that you had an event. We would not say that we were having an event. We did not sponsor the event. It was put on by the South Kansas City Chamber of Commerce and the Redbridge Shopping Center. We did not sponsor it, so we would not say that it is our event on our website. Okay, so a lot of the parents, a lot of residents around here want to go to that block party because they have the high school bands there. even Mayor Lucas was there. It was a big event for our area. That's probably why he didn't get good response for the public engagement. I told him you could postpone it. He said he definitely couldn't. I asked him why he couldn't, and he said that he had to get to the BZA and have that finalized today. And so he didn't want to postpone. Well, if you really want to know and have a public engagement, you must include people. I asked him if he would even meet with the board of the Homes Association separately and in person. He said he would not do that. So the public engagement was, in my opinion, not met. But this also, when we talk about the consent form, the consent form was signed by some people that were misled. They were told that the property was only going to be used as rental for the remainder of the year because of an illness with the homeowner's mother. That has not happened. And some of the people that signed the consent form has had since then, and knowing what has happened, asked to rescind their names off of that. They had that notarized. I'm not sure that the consent form that they had, was it notarized? That would be a question I have. Has this house been on the registry with the city for being a rental or a vacant home at any point? This has gone on for a number of years, since 2017. Has she registered? That's another question I'd like answered. Also, have they met the required amount of signatures if these people have been asking that their names be taken off? We just had our annual Homes Association meeting this last Saturday on November 6th. A police officer came and gave crime stats and some crime prevention. Running a hotel in a neighborhood like this is not what he would consider a measure of crime prevention. They also, like Lynn said, he stated that there's 6 officers to cover the South Kansas City area. So if you have an emergency or that's going to be top priority. If you have people that are unruly, partying, parking where they shouldn't, trespassing on your property, you're not going to get a response in a fast enough time to take care of the issue. It's a definite strain on the police department, which is already strained now. They are shorthanded. Also, let me see what I had here. The reviews, when he says that they have good reviews with online, you don't know who makes those reviews. Those could be relatives of theirs. They could be friends. It could be them themselves making reviews. And Mr. Stein stated that neighbors had not brought any of the issues to their attention. Well, maybe she's not there on the premise to be able to address these issues when they're happening. There are definite concerns when you have an elderly lady that has someone banging on her door at 3 o'clock in the morning, wanting in, demanding that they have the right to come into the property, that they have rented it. The issues with the upkeep on the home. I had driven by the home and I looked at it before this went through city planning or the BZA. And they have gone in trying recently to update the house so that they could provide pictures for you, but they weren't doing it previously. You know, to come in at the last minute because they think that they need to make these updates and clean up the yard. That's not what happens on a regular basis. Mr. Stein and the things that he has mentioned today, he clearly did his homework from the city planning when we were there, trying to address some of the issues that we had. And the people that have had issues with them, what had she done about that? She said she didn't want to offend her neighbors and she cares about her neighbors. Well, her neighbors are clearly stating that they don't want this in the neighborhood. And I always look to the city and think that we have zoning in place. There's a reason why we do. It just doesn't fit in our neighborhood. And we have the restrictions in place, and the intent of those restrictions is for residential use only, not businesses. And the few residents that were there and made a effort to appear down at City Hall for the city planning committee, they spoke of these issues from rentals. And so as the president of Redbridge representing our area, we did not have one board member who had anything favorable to say about using property for short-term rentals. We think it should be denied, and that we're asking that the city deny this request for the short-term rental. I think that there's been a lot of reasons given why it shouldn't be allowed. And some residents, even for the city planning commission, could not operate the Zoom. And we had Tim Stein, who's an attorney, and he doesn't know how to use the technology and he had problems with the video. That tells you, are they capable of running a short-term rental? There's a lot of questions about this, and I do ask you to please consider the value of neighborhoods. And our neighborhood is about families and children, schools, churches, and we're not wanting a hotel run in a neighborhood. And I don't believe that Stacy has been screening people properly. She stated at city planning that she was using Airbnb and to do this for her or another company. She was not happy with it, and she took it over and she was doing it herself. Now, these issues that came up, she was in charge of this. It clearly shows that she doesn't do what she says that she's going to do. And I think that that says a lot right there. If he can't get his video on, if he can't do these things, how can he operate and help her operate a hotel, basically, in our neighborhood with his short-term rental? That's about it from me, and I would like an answer to those questions on whether they have the required signatures, whether those that have requested that their names be removed, have they been, and some answers to the questions that I had. I appreciate your time and effort, and I hope that you will deny this. Thank you very much.
All right, I want to hear from Ms. Winterroud, but I would like to know from staff if the signatures requirement has been met.
So due to this type of STR, they don't need the signatures. The signatures, they were acquired before they fully understood the process with the special use permit requirement in this particular zoning district. So there is no need for those signatures anymore.
Thank you, Anna. All right.
But can I mention that the signature request to rescind those signatures, that had to be notarized? Why would there be a difference in that?
So had there been a need for that form, we would have required them to notarize it, but it's not necessary and they don't matter in this case.
Okay. All right, let's move forward. Carol, let's hear from you, please.
Yes, this is Carol Winterode, and I'm president of Center Planning and Development Council, which is an umbrella group of neighborhood and homes associations in our area. And the Red Bridge Homes Association is one of our associations in our area. And we concur with their concerns about this short-term rental. In the summary of the meeting, even though there were only a few neighbors there was definitely, it was noted there was a concern about allowing short-term rental because of the effect that it has on the neighborhood in terms of their character and the value of their homes in that area. And at times there were too many cars parked in front of their front of this house, and that was recorded in the summary interview. And then they do want the neighborhood to stay single family, not in terms of rental of a business in their area. So we are in full support of their request for a denial and hope the BZA can honor that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Stein, I'm going to give you a few minutes, and I do mean a few, to respond, and then I'll see if the board members have questions.
Yes, I'll go through very quickly. First, I'd like to just clear some things up that Ms. Hill said. One of the things she talked about was what Tracy had testified at the CPC hearing. She didn't have any comment. I was the only one that spoke at that hearing. The issue of whether or not my desktop screen has a monitor built in really doesn't have anything to do with the approval of this. As anticipated, 99% of these arguments are against short-term rentals in general. That was decided back in February 2018 by the city. So anything that relates to the general character of neighborhoods, have the impact, police, all those things, I would ask the board to consider that those decisions were already made. Specifically, there was reference to a dog. Tracy's back neighbor has a dog. I don't know, Tracy, I don't know if you're muted or not, 5-10 pound dog, small dog. There is a sign on the fence that says beware of dog. I can submit that picture to the board if it feels it's necessary, but there is a little dog behind her. There is a sign that says beware of dog.
Two dogs, two little dogs.
Okay. As it relates to the public engagement, clarification on that, even though I don't believe it has any issue because the staff's already approved it and the CPC hearing approved it. When Sharon called me the Friday afternoon before the Saturday morning hearing, after I had sent 38 letters out and 3 certified letters out according to the requirements, what I had told her is that this is the first I'm hearing of anything about 16 hours before the scheduled hearing, and I wasn't willing to move it with 16 hours notice. Everybody that was sent notice that I was required to send notice received notice. I based that information on what the city website had. Sharon's name was not updated as the board president. Certainly this isn't being run as a hotel. I know she mentioned several times. The last thing, and I'm going to have Tracy address this notion that only maintenance has been done in the last 10 days is absolutely categorically denied. Tracy, I'll give you a minute or two. Don't take too much time. Tell her how you take care of the property and whether or not all you've done in the last 10 days is care for the property.
Absolutely wrong on that. I work in my yard all the time. When somebody mentioned about there's been people there in the last 10 days, yes, there's been people there because I had a new furnace and air conditioner put in, but they were not working in my yard. That is me. I'm the one that does it, but I do hire somebody to spray for weeds. I don't know if he came well in the last 10 days or not, but that's me. I also have one more thing. The reviews cannot be made by anybody but who has checked out there, who has stayed there. that goes through Airbnb, the short-term rental places. Not just anybody can make a review. So that's all I have to say.
And I don't have anything further. I just request the board approve the special use permit.
Okay, board members, who has questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
General question, not being a lawyer, I'm not really clear on the relationship of the board's decision, if it's in contrast or if it's viewed in contrast to a deed restriction.
I believe, I can't give legal advice either, but a deed restriction is something that we can't address at this board level. We can only address what is allowed by the ordinances. If there is something that the restriction of deeds disallows, then that would be the parties who has standing to make that claim to make it. I was simply inquiring as to whether or not that had been done. That's a different avenue than what this board would address.
Thank you.
I know that might not be the answer you want, but I'm one board member and a lawyer, and I'm just telling you what I understand. So,
and I'll put it out to the other board members if anybody was also interested in a closed session for some legal advice. I'd be interested in that if anyone else is.
You can make that motion, Mr. Stiller, and we'll see. Happy to entertain that.
And then I would move in that direction. Now, I don't have that ordinance number in front of me, but the ordinance that provides for the BZA to have a closed session.
I believe the section you're requesting is 610.021 sub 1. Is that your motion is to go into closed session for legal advice? Is that correct, Mr. Stiller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Do I have a second to that motion? I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. When I call your name, because this has to be a personal vote, I'm going to ask you your position on the vote. Mr. Gorentz?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, Mr. Ebbets?
No audio.
We can't hear you, Mr. Ebbets.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mixdorf?
Yes.
Mr. Kelleher?
Yes.
And Mr. Stiller?
Yes.
And chair votes with the motion. We will move into closed session. Anna, can you give us the platform to do that?
Yep, I am working on it. You will be receiving a Microsoft Teams link shortly.
Okay.
Miss Otto, Chairman
Yes.
Otto.
Yes.
We have power out at the agency. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
machine I get it on. So if you can forward to my personal email, that would be great. I can give that to you now, or maybe you have that, so it's not going public.
I probably have that. So when I get it, Mr. Ebbets, I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into closed session. Stay right where you are. We'll be back shortly and we'll address the case and make a decision. Okay, we'll be right back.
He's not really against it. That's why she's allowing us to go. You know, I can't believe this. I mean, whatever.
You can't believe the city what?
Turn off this sound.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back. So if everyone can come back live, please. Thank you. As soon as I see all the board members pop back in, we'll continue here. And the court reporter is back. Thank you for doing that. So I know you're there. I appreciate that. Okay. I think Randy's back. I see Randy. I see Tom, Mike. Okay, I think we're all back. So board members, I would need a motion to come back in out of closed session. Can I have such a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. And when I call your name, please tell me if you vote in favor of the motion. Mr. Kelleher?
Yes.
Mr. Stiller?
Yes.
Mr. Ebbets?
Yes.
Mr. Gorentz? Tom, are you there? Tom, are you back? Tom Gorentz, are you back? I think we've lost him. Hold on. Randy, are you there? Oh no, she's connecting too. Hold on. Randy, are you there?
Yep, I'm back. It just took a long time to log back in.
Okay, there's a motion pending to come out of closed session. Do you agree with that motion?
Yes.
Okay. And then Tom Gorentz, are you back? Can you turn on your microphone? I hate technology some days.
Yeah, mine's spun a lot more than usual, so that may be his delay as well.
Okay. Well, it looks like he's back. It's not, yours was actually came up spinning the second time. Tom Gorentz, are you back?
Oh.
Yes, Tom, oh, there he is. Tom, there is a motion pending to come out of closed session. Do you vote in favor of that motion?
Yes.
Okay, and chair votes also with the motion. We are now back in open session. All right, board members, do you have any further questions for the applicant or any of the neighborhood witnesses that are here today that gave testimony? All right, hearing no further questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, Mark Ebbets here. And before I make the motion, to the neighborhood associates who are in the meeting today, remember this is a three-year granting. And if things don't come up, and if she's not doing what she said she's going to do, you can always come back before us and appeal it. But in the meantime, in case number 10, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan and staff reports noted herein.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed to that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And Mr. Gorentz, were you in opposition? I couldn't hear you.
Yes, aye.
Okay, and chair votes also in opposition. The request has been denied. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next case.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Tom?
I'm having all kinds of problems. I'm going to go back out and back in again.
Okay, go ahead and do that. We'll wait for you to come back. Okay. Yep. Well, we're waiting on him. I think the next case, if I understood right, we're on 8, docket 8.
Correct.
Okay, as soon as Tom Gorentz comes back and I can hear him. Oh, there he is. Tom, can you hear us now?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, and I can see you this time. Okay, so I think we're good. Okay. I'm gonna
Chairman Otto, I'm out on this case. I'm not part of the quorum, so I'm going to go offline.
Okay,
Just
that's fine.
tell me
Yeah,
when
just-
you're back.
We'll, yes, okay. All right, and Mr. Kelleher's here, and I still have Randy. Yes, okay, all right. So let's call docket number 8, case number 121 with an address of 4646 Roanoke Parkway, Would the applicant and all parties who are here in either support or opposition, please raise your hand to be promoted at this time.
Madam Chair, I also did not hear this case last week.
Oh, you did not. Okay.
Yeah, as well.
Okay. All right. So then you're gone. We're down to 4. That's right. We did hear it with 4, didn't we? Okay.
Madam Chair, I have promoted a Matthew Goody.
Okay. Mr. Good, can you hear me?
Yeah, this is Patrick Murray.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, okay,
I
you
was
were
here 2 weeks ago.
I was going to say you look familiar, but I wasn't remember your name was, okay. So it's Patrick Murphy, right?
Murray, M-U-R-R.
Murray, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Got it.
And then Alua Crusoe.
Okay. Mr. Accurso, can you hear me? There he is. There he is. Okay, he's coming on. Mr. Accurso, whenever you can hear me, can you please turn on your camera and microphone?
Can you hear me now?
I can, Mr. Accurso. I still cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. We're having trouble getting connected to the camera for some reason.
Okay. While he's trying to do that, do we have any additional administrative exhibits on our staff that are new from the last hearing that we need to address? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
We'll continue to go without the video if that's okay.
Well, let's do that because I want to keep moving here. So I need to swear you both in. Mr. Murray, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Patrick Murray.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Accurso, could you state your full name and then I'll swear you in?
Louis C. Accurso.
And if you would raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right. This case was previously heard and it was continued to allow the development of a little more information. Anna, do you want to bring the board back up to where we were at the last hearing, and then we'll hear from Mr. Accurso and Mr. Murray.
Yes, of course. 1 second. Okay, so this case focuses on 4646 Roanoke Parkway. The existing zoning is B1-1, and the applicant is seeking approval of a sign variance. So the subject site is located near the plaza. This is a close-up of the site. It's highlighted in yellow. You can see the plaza, the beginning parts of the plaza over here to the east. The subject sign is going on this parcel that I'm hovering over with my cursor. This is a site plan provided by the applicant with an approximate location of where the proposed monument sign is going to be. We continued this case a couple of weeks ago to allow for staff more time to review the quitclaim deed and the parcel merge submitted by the applicant. We have done that, and it all appears to be in order on condition that the Accurso law firm is occupied by this building to the north and this building on the southwest corner of Bellevue and West 47th Street. This is a Google Street View of the parcel where the sign is proposed to be located. This is a detail of the sign in question, oversized monument sign. And the variances in question, the maximum area for a monument sign is 50 square feet. They are proposing a 66.5 square foot sign with a variance in the amount of 16.5 square feet. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Anna. Mr. Murray, I don't know who's going to go first, or Mr. Accurso.
I will.
Go ahead, Mr. Murray, then. Let's start where we left off then.
Okay. Just to recap, we had submitted this signage for approval. The sign was designed based on visibility tolerances that we use to compute signage of this nature. Typically, there's about 150 foot or 150 yards read factor from where the sign is supposed to be located down to the middle of the intersection down there. Typically, that would be about a 16-inch letter size. We've reduced this letter size to 12 inches going in because we didn't feel that we needed it to be any larger than that. We've included a base behind the sign for the letters to mount onto. In the past, a lot of the signage programs that we've done, we've taken to the city, and the city has squared in around the letter area and considered that the signage area. In this particular case, the city took in the entire base, which took us over the square footage. The square footage of the lettering, which we're requesting, is 17.4 square feet. So it's well under what would typically be allowed for a sign. But once you incorporate the base into that, obviously it's over the 50 square feet that was allowable. The point of the matter is that you have to have proper positive and negative space for readability purposes. And that's how we came up with the size for the background. The background is a black aluminum material that is painted to be a matte color. It is non-illuminated, so only the lettering is what is to be illuminated. And if you go back and look at the pictures to previously, the property was a barren parking lot a barren property area that wasn't necessarily well kept up and for no necessary reason. And the Mr. Accurso has spent a tremendous amount of money upgrading the landscape of this. He's put in all new sod. He's put in a lot of trees and shrubbery up behind where the sign would be going to somewhat block out the parking lot and the concrete wall that's up there to just beautify the whole area. And obviously the sign would be setting in that area to finish off the whole project the way that it was considered and planned to be.
And Mr. Murray, as I understand this, the Accurso law firm is going to be operating out of both buildings, correct?
I do believe Mr. Accurso's here. He can answer to that question.
Mr. Accurso, can you explain that to us, to the board?
Yes, I bought the second building because we need the expansion space, and we occupy both buildings.
And so you're operating the law firm out of both buildings, correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I think that was one of our concerns at the last hearing. All right. Board members, do you understand this request or have questions further from the applicant or staff? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 20 or 121, I would move that the application be granted in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so
very much.
Appreciate your help.
Okay. All right, let's then have Randy and Mark come back. Can you hear us, both of you? There's Randy. I haven't seen Mr. Up, and there's Mark. Okay, let's keep moving then, if everyone's still okay. Let's move to docket item 9, case number 64, with an address of 6801 North Pontiac Avenue, with the applicant and all persons who are here in interest either in support or opposition, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, no one is raising their hand.
Okay. Is it Tibet Waldick Dan?
Yeah,
I'm not sure I'm saying the name
Mr.
right.
Solomon, if you're,
Oh,
I don't see him in the
Let's
in the attendees list either.
Okay, let's hold this case, Anna, and let's just keep moving. We'll see if they show back up, okay, or not, then we'll deal with it at the end. Okay, let's move then to item number 10. Case number 113 with an address of 705 East 39th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all other persons interested in support or opposition to this matter?
I am promoting a Joyce Horton.
Okay.
And Angie Split Gerber.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Ms. Horton, can you turn on your camera?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do now.
Okay. Yes, I can see you. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Could you state your name, please, ma'am?
Yes, it is Brenda Joyce Horton.
Okay. All right. Ms. Horton, can you please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes,
solemnly
ma'am.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Ms. Split Gerber, could you state your name and I'll swear you in?
Angela Split Gerber, SPLITTGERBER.
Okay. And would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Horton, this is your case today, your request. Have you reviewed the staff report that was created as it relates to your request for a special exception to the height of a fence?
No, none other than the stuff that I submitted to them.
Okay, well, there's some administrative exhibits, items that are connected with your case that the board members would need to look at. We've explained those in that staff report, which I believe is online, which you should have been able to get a copy of. There's 10 of those items. They include our code of ordinances, the board's rules and regulations, those type of things, and a PowerPoint presentation on your case and the staff report. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 10 items so the board can review those in this matter?
No objections.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Andrew, do you have this case?
I do.
Okay, have you been, have you been, you've all been sworn in, right?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay. All right, so this is case 113 at 705 East 39th Street. The applicant is seeking the approval of 2 special exceptions to allow for the installation of an 8-foot fence on their property. And the property is located within the Midtown Plaza area plan in Midtown. So this is exactly at 39th and Holmes. And as I said, the applicant would like to construct an 8-foot fence around the entirety of their yard. Here is a site plan that was submitted by the applicant, and in the pink represents where the fence would be located. Photos that were provided from the applicant showing the eastern and western edge of the property looking from 39th Street to the south. And we also, the applicant provided us with examples of the materiality they would like to use. The wrought iron fencing would be used on the north side facing 39th Street, and the vinyl would be for the rear yard. This is the review criteria. And they are proposing an 8-foot fence in the front, rear, and side yards.
Thank you, Andrew. Ms. Horton, this is a pretty tall fence. Why do you believe you need this?
Actually, I have had incidences of, most recently, I live alone. I'm a senior citizen that's handicapped with spinal stenosis. According to the police, it would have taken 2 strong people to lift my self-propelled lawnmower out of the backyard. And the back is my main concern. That's why I want to do the wrought iron in the front, because you can't see my backyard from the street. So it would have had to be somebody that saw it sitting chained back there, that actually lifted it up off of these smaller makeshift fences that the surrounding houses have. I want to do it for security purposes. I don't want anybody to be able to lift stuff out of my backyard or jump the fence. Because there was another occasion where I guess this young man was running from the police. He jumped one of the little chicken wire fences in the back from that one of the neighbors has put up, and actually are you still there?
Yeah, we just lost your photograph.
Yeah, and wait a minute, I'm trying to figure out why. He actually jumped one of those, and there we go, and jumped in my yard and practically broke the little gate that comes to my carport, trying to run from somebody. So it as well as there's been some people that live close by who have been very threatening toward me. And I don't want them to be able to spit on me, throw little small liquor bottles in my backyard. I put up cameras, and the police said I need to actually catch them on the camera. So also the height of the fence, they would have to be there long enough for the camera clips to catch them on camera doing the kind of things that they've been doing. So it's basically for my security purposes, as well as it will enhance the value of my property as well as the surrounding properties. There's an apartment building directly to the south of me. The owner of that apartment building also owns the vacant property to the west of me. She has no problem with the fencing. We've even come up with a plan to remove one of the trees in the south part of the yard before I get the fence put in. And I would appreciate your approval for my safety purposes, because I don't move as fast as I used to, especially with the broken tailbone.
So Ms. Horton, I'm trying to, and Ms. Gerber, I'll get to you in a second. I just want to make sure I understand this. So in the photographs, there's an elevated carport that looks like it's a shared feature with the neighboring property. I guess I'm not certain how you intend to put a fence there and why that would be necessary.
The fencing, the wrought iron, where you see the white part of the fencing at the top, that's where I'm gonna do the wrought iron to my vinyl so I can still be able to see the drive.
Okay, so you want to put an 8-inch fence on top of that carport and in the front, and then once you get to, I guess, the property line, you want an 8-foot vinyl going back around the side of the house.
The side and the back, yes.
So other than, so is it, when was the lawnmower stolen?
That was just, I think it was September 8th.
Okay. And what do you currently have in the rear of the house? Is there a 6-foot privacy fence back there?
No, there's a piece of wood of a 6 to 8 foot fence that was previously left here before I purchased it. The rest of the fencing surrounding my back doesn't even belong to me.
Okay, so you're wanting, so that fencing, but what type of fencing is currently in the rear of the property?
It looks like chicken wire fencing that's connected to some metal poles.
And how tall is it?
Maybe 3 feet.
Okay. So why, I guess I don't know why 6-foot fence in the rear, which is allowed, would not solve your problem.
Because when I go out in the backyard, I don't want anybody to be able to throw anything at me, call me names, spit on me, etc.
And why will they be able to do that over a 6-foot fence?
Because they're taller than 6 foot. I'm only 5'5.5", but I just want to feel secure. In previous years, my own spouse attempted to take my life. So I also suffer from like, whoa, I don't want to put myself in a position where anybody has an opportunity to physically harm me, period.
And Ms. Horton, when did you purchase this home? How long have you lived here?
I have lived here since 2000.
Okay, and the fencing has been in that condition since that time?
Yes, when I first moved here, it was the same lady that was showing me properties when I was attempting to leave my ex, who owned this property, and there were apartments on the top flooring of the houses.
Okay. And so when you moved here in 2000, you were separating from this abusive spouse that you've just described.
I was already away from him as of 1997.
Okay, and has he done anything to you since that time, since you've lived here, come to this home?
Not to my knowledge. However, there's been nails put in my tires of my vehicle. Windshield broke out on my car. That, of course, that was all before I got my cameras.
Okay. Okay. Board members, do you have questions for Ms. Horton? I want to hear from Ms. Split Gerber, but I want to make sure you've had a chance at this point to ask Ms. Horton questions. Okay. Ms. Split Gerber, let's hear from you. What's your opposition to this?
Yeah, so before I give my testimony, I just want to make sure I understand. The site plan that we were shown with the pink highlighting only appears to be around the rear of the property. Are we also talking about fencing that would go all the way around the front of the property along the 39th Street corridor?
That's not what the diagram shows, Ms. Split Gerber. So is that correct, Ms. Horton? What you put in pink is all you want to do?
The 8-foot in the rear, which you won't even be able to see from 39th Street with the exception of the wrought iron front part.
So as I understand it, Ms. Gerber, if you look at that photograph, if you see that or not, there's a carport and it currently looks like there's maybe a 4-foot white picket fence. And I don't know where her property line is. I don't know if she has 1 carport or 2 carports underneath of there. Ms. Horton, maybe you can explain.
The middle carport is what I purchased. The carport closest to my house, you can't get a car in and out of.
Okay, so
that's why I purchased this house, because of my spinal stenosis, and that middle carport is mine.
Okay, so the 4-foot variance is actually just along the surface of the carport.
And on the other side, I think, for a brief point, as I see her diagram, there's also a small, it looks like maybe 6.2 feet on the other side, for which there would be a wrought iron on that side.
Okay. So I am here on behalf of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. The applicant did not reach out to us, so we didn't have any information about this. We have been contacted by one neighbor who expressed opposition to the variance. At this point in time, we do oppose the 8-foot variance. With regard to this, we really don't see a reason for the extra 2 feet. I have not heard the applicant today articulate anything that would indicate to me that she's experiencing anything different from what neighbors in the Midtown area and in the Hyde Park area already experience with regard to petty crime or things like that. And for those neighbors, I mean, for me, myself personally, a 6-foot fence is sufficient. So I think that if this variance were to be granted to an 8-foot fence, that would result in a special advantage that is something that we would not want to afford to all neighbors in the area, and particularly when there's really no special circumstances. With regard to the difference between the 4 feet and the 6 feet for the front part that's going to be the wrought iron, the neighborhood didn't really consider that, so we weren't aware that that was an issue, but I think that we would be comfortable with 6 feet all the way around, as long as it's in the rear, which it looks like it basically is. And we do like the transparency of the wrought iron. So generally speaking, I would say that the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association has authorized me today to say that we are opposed to an 8-foot fence, but of course a 6-foot fence would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gerber. Let me ask staff for clarification. As proposed in the diagram offered by Ms. Horton, are the short portions on the side of the house considered to be rear of the property, since they meet the house at sort of its halfway mark, it looks like? So can staff describe to me, would she be allowed to have 6 foot at that location? Or is that still considered in the front yard since it's not completely to the rear of the house?
I believe, looking at it, it would be the side yard, which is 6 feet.
Okay, so if the board, I'm anticipating a question a board member might have. So if a board member, so she could build what she's drawn out on her pink diagram at 6 feet without a variance, right? Did I say that right?
Yes, in the side yard.
Okay, right. Okay, I just want to make sure. All right. Okay, so board members, further questions? Yes, Ms. Gerber, I see you raising your hand. Yes.
Yeah, and I apologize. I gave my testimony with the understanding that we're talking about the pink area. If for some reason we are talking about a fence in the front yard that would base on 39th Street, we would want that to continue to be 4 feet per the current zoning. So I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, well, the board is relying on Ms. Horton's diagram. So the only thing we're taking up today is the diagram that she's presented, and it appears that she's wanting to place a fence in the side and going to the rear of the house. So if she builds something different than that, should the board give her this, then there would be a different process to fix that. So, and Ms. Horton, I think we understand your request. based on what you've described as the pink area, correct?
Wait a minute, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yes, with the exception of, I'm not sure who had a problem with it, with the neighborhood association. It's probably the neighbors who spit on me, which is another reason why I needed to be safe so they cannot continually throw stuff in my yard, spit on me, etc.
And which neighbor
As
is?
well as you can't even see my backyard from 39th Street, so it would not take away from the appearance of the house from the street or the neighborhood, including my neighbors directly across in Central Hyde Park. They have nobody has a problem with it except the neighbors that are spitting at me, etc., because we're having to go to court as it relates to the shared driveway. I had a house fire. They got comfortable in parking any kind of way in the carport while they were redoing my house. Since I've been back, they've been blocking my vehicle. I'm sure that's how I got the nails in the tires of my vehicle. I'm sure that's how the windshield got broke, etc. The police have been called multiple times in reference to the harassment. So I'm sure those are the only ones that are complaining. I also was getting ready to leave to go to an appointment one day. They had people I didn't even know in my backyard to get to their backyard and blocking the drive. So I'm sure those are the only people that are complaining because they want to have it both ways. They want to prevent me from feeling safe and comfortable because I'm not going anywhere. I'm not selling my house. As well as they continue to park and block my car in. If I get home before them, they block the drive to make it difficult for me to get out. And it's a shared drive.
Okay. All right. I think we understand.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
We are working as a team right now, confirming that the fence that would be facing the north, facing 39th Street, in the side yard is limited to 4 feet only. So we are confirming that.
Okay, meaning that would have to be limited to 4 foot based on
Yep.
its location. Okay.
Yep. So
Right.
we are working behind the scenes right now,
Okay.
confirming that.
So we need to give you a minute before we rule on this case.
That's a lot of pressure. 1 minute. Okay.
I'm just kidding. Yeah. I'll probably give you more than a minute, but that's a figure of speech or something like that. So let's take a pause because we need to know the answer to that so the board is fully informed before they make a motion.
And there is a, if I may.
Go ahead.
There is a support beam that the complaining neighbor removed out of the carport. That carport is 120 years old. I have contacted construction crews and engineers. It has to be put back.
Well, that's not something this board will have to.
Right. So, I mean, and that's their main thing is they don't want that support beam to have to be put back. And me and my attorney are going to have to deal with that in Jackson County Court.
Okay, Madam Chair, it is all technically the side yard. So she's asking for a variance of 2 feet all the way around.
All the way around. Okay, I think that, okay. All right, board members, with that clarification, questions? If no questions, then I'd entertain a motion. I don't think there's any questions then, so then I would entertain a motion. I need a motion. Someone please give me a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 113, I move that the application be denied.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
I'm sorry, who was opposed?
It's
Ebbets was, okay.
I kept struggling with my
Oh,
video.
and Stiller, were you opposed?
I was opposed, yeah, in my struggle,
Okay, that's
my
okay.
struggle on the video.
Okay, and chair votes with the motion. The request has been denied. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number, I'm sorry.
We skipped docket number 9. I was on the phone trying to get the applicant online.
Oh, okay, we'll go back to number 9 then.
I'm promoting the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Trying to get to the right here, sorry. All right, let's go back to docket number 9, case number 64 with an address of 6801 North Pontiac Avenue. The applicant, please raise their hand to be promoted, and any other persons interested in this case. And Najma, I'm sorry, who was the applicant?
Solomon Mescaline. They should be coming.
I don't see him yet. Okay, I don't see him.
Oop, okay. It failed for whatever reason. I'm gonna
Okay, I was like, I just want to make sure I didn't miss him. Okay, thank you.
I promoted Solomon.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Sir, can you hear me? Mr. Mescaline, can you hear me? Can you turn off your mute and turn on your camera? Solomon, can you hear me? I feel like I'm talking to.
That's okay. I'm gonna try to reach out to him.
He's here, yeah.
And I have asked to unmute and turn on the video via the Zoom function.
Okay. You may not know how to do that. Sir, if you can hear me, this is Teresa Otto, the chair. On your computer screen, there should be a little, looks like a little microphone maybe at the bottom. Yeah, I don't know if maybe Najma talking to him. I can see him now. Sir, can you say something so I can hear you? Can you speak? Sir, can you hear me? I can't hear him. I can see him, but I can't hear him. Solomon, can you hear me?
She's working. Najma's working with him on the phone.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's okay. Solomon, can you call in on a different line so we can have your video through the computer and your audio through another device? Bear with us. We're going to try to get him a phone number to call in on.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for him to connect with us, it looks like we have, in addition to this case, we have 6 more matters. Do we want to take a brief lunch break at noon and then come back and finish the remaining 6 cases? I don't know how long they'll be, so I just want to ask the board their preference.
I could use a little bit of lunch.
Okay, that's what I thought. I think we'll just do that then. So as soon as we get this case taken care of, we'll take a lunch break and then we'll come back and finish the remaining 6 cases. Okay. I assume that was your answer, but I will bow to the will of the board. So. We can see Solomon perfectly. It's too bad we can't hear him. I wonder if it's because he has.
Madam Chair?
Yes. I can hear, yeah, I can hear.
So I'm still working on the phone with Solomon directly to try to get his volume working. I'm not sure why it's not working, but we're trying to figure it out.
Okay.
Ms. Otto, can we take docket item number 11 up real quick before lunch and then
maybe do Solomon after lunch? Is that what you want to do? Okay. All right. All right. So let's do that. Let's call then. Hold on. Let me go back to that. Let's go. Let's put docket item 9 on hold and then move forward to item 11. And the case number is 127. The address is 4937 Lydia. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other party interested in this case, either to support or oppose it? Is someone promoting the applicants?
They are raising their hands. I think they're being promoted as we
Okay.
speak.
Thank you, Jared.
Yeah, I am promoting Daryl Hawkins and Tyro Cristiano. Zoom is working very slowly today.
I think I'm the cause. It seems like you were moving very quickly in my absence this morning. So it's probably, anyway, just kidding. All right. Mr. Cristiano, can you hear me? Can you turn on your microphone, please? I can see you. Everyone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can. Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. And then there was another person that was joining, I think you said, someone named Hawkins. I don't see that person though. Mr. Hawkins, are you on, or Ms. Hawkins?
Should be Mr. Hawkins.
Mr. Hawkins, thank you, Mr. Cristiano. I don't see them. Did they get added?
Yes.
People
but
people have to accept, right, Anna, under the.
Correct.
See, that's the problem. They think when you click on them, they have to accept that. I know that's a new feature with Zoom that's kind of confusing people these days.
They're no longer in the attendees list.
Yeah, I saw that too. I was trying to watch with you. I try to watch that so I know. So he hasn't clicked on it. Can he still hear us though? Oh, wait a minute. There's a test person. Is that him? Mr. Hawkins, have you joined us? If you have,
That's me.
oh, that's you, Najma. Okay, that's you. Okay. Mr. Cristiano is oh, he's raising his hand again. Mr. Hawkins, if you hear me, she's going to promote you and then you have to click accept. So she'll try to promote you again. Let's see if that works. We're not having much luck here today, all of a sudden.
We aren't.
Mr. Cristiano, is he in here in support or opposition of your request?
He's in support.
Okay.
He's actually my representative.
Okay, well, we need him. Okay. I need to know who he is. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get him here.
So yeah, I've promoted him, yet he has disappeared again.
Yeah.
I think what the issue may be, he's in Virginia, and I believe he's traveling. He had mentioned something about a doctor's appointment or something. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he's raising his hand again, Anna.
All right.
Make sure, if he can still hear us, make sure he's clicking the be promoted as.
Yeah, I said that to him earlier. Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Hawkins, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're sideways, but that's okay. I'll take you that way. So oh, no, there you go. Now you're right side up. Thank you very much.
I'm getting ready to be swabbed for COVID test because I'm traveling this week later. So I'm right in queue and getting ready to pull up. So things could get a little weird.
Okay. All right. We'll deal with that. Let's see if we can get y'all sworn in before we get to that. All right. Mr. Cristiano, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Tyro Cristiano.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Mr. Hawkins, can you state your full name for the record?
Daryl Hawkins.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Gentlemen, have you reviewed the staff report that's connected with this application? And if so, do you have any objection to my admitting the 9 administrative exhibits that are listed out in the report?
Yes, we've reviewed it and we're fine with that.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, would you please make your presentation and then we'll have questions for the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 11. This is case number 127 at 4937 Lydia Avenue. Zoning district is R6. The applicant is seeking a variance to the side yard setback, as well as the maximum percentage of pavement in the front yard, and a variance to the minimum parking space size requirement. So this is the location of the subject site. It is within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's on Lydia Avenue between 49th Street and 51st Street. This is the applicant's proposed site plan. To the left, you can see where the addition in blue encroaches into the side yard setback. I've added the blue and orange just for clarity's sake. The parking variances relate to, which are B and C, relate to the area outlined in orange, where the additional parking space is created. So these are the case factors of variance A. It is 1.85 feet into the setback. A substantial change to the neighborhood is not anticipated. The addition would have to be removed. 45.57 square feet, which is just 3% over the maximum allowable amount of pavement in the front yard, is the variance's relation to the requirement. It's a substantial change is not anticipated in the character of the neighborhood. The proposed additional space could not be built without the variance. It is also 10 feet and 8.5 inches smaller than the requirement. It is 24.3 feet is what the proposal is. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The proposed additional space could not be built without the variance. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Okay. Mr. Hawkins, I think you're representing Mr. Cristiano, is that correct?
I am.
Okay. Can you explain to the board why you believe we should grant these variance requests?
Taylor, my client, he didn't add any concrete to the front yard. There's kind of an existing unique situation where his property line's far back from the street. So that was the one. And a lot of the properties in the area are only 40 feet wide, which then is a 4-foot setback, which is close to what he built at. He had applied for a lot of permits. He didn't quite understand the whole process, which is why he came to me. And we're since going through the building process. We've got some structural stuff that we still need to work through, but this was the zoning part. Minor variance on the side setback, and on that side of the building, it's all woods. It's all woods in the back. The whole intent of the code for all of these exceptions, wasn't what the code or the ordinances were built for. A project like this is exactly what everybody wants, and all his neighbors have signed a request. I think that was part of the submittal that they like what he's doing, and it's good for the neighborhood.
Okay, so you're saying, sir, that to where the addition was added, there's not properties behind there. Is that what you're saying? It's
property, no property behind it, no property beside it. In fact, I think it was supposed to originally be a right of way for a road that never got built 100 years ago.
Okay, all right. All right, board members, do you understand this request or have further questions for Mr. Hawkins or Mr. Cristiano? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on this matter.
Madam Chair, in case, oops, am I there? Madam Chair, in case number 127, I recommend the applicant be granted the request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorens. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, gentlemen. Travel safe, Mr. Hawkins.
Yep.
All right. To the folks that are still online, we are going to take a lunch break. Is 45 minutes enough, or do people need more than 45 minutes? Okay, let's do 45 minutes and we'll be back. It is now 12:04. So we'll be back at about 12:50. Okay. All right. Solomon, can we hear you now? Can you say something? I still can't hear him. I can see you. I can't hear you. Did we work it out?
I believe Najma's speaking to him right now.
Okay. She must have figured it out and then something happened.
Yes, and we also have the phone number and meeting ID if Solomon needs to just call in via the phone.
Be on the phone, okay. Okay, so we finished. Okay, this is 9, right? Yeah, 9.
Hello?
Can you hear me, Solomon?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, we can hear him sort of now. Can you turn this volume up a little bit?
Yeah. I hear you now.
Okay, we can hear you too. Okay, do we have all the board members back? Is Mike back? Yeah, I see the top. I can't see him, but I think he's there. There you go. I just saw the very top of your head there. Okay, all right. So we have Tom, Mike, Mark, and okay. Let's go back on the record then. If we have do we have our court reporter back? There he is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have Najma. Okay, all right. We're back on the record. And Solomon, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Solomon Maskale.
And sir, can you raise your right hand and I'm going to swear you in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The whole truth.
I'm sorry. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir, have you had a chance to look at the written report that the staff created as it relates to your request?
Yes. Hello?
Okay. Yes. Do you have any objection to my admitting the 10 administrative exhibits that are listed in the staff report that's connected with your request today?
Not objection. Yes. What?
So no objection?
Hello?
All right, yes, no objection. All right, those administrative exhibits will be admitted. And then Solomon, I'm going to have Najma make a presentation and then we'll have questions for you, okay? Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay,
Hello?
thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, okay, just a second, Solomon. She's just starting to speak. Najma, you might want to turn your microphone up a little bit or move it closer. You're kind of quieter.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to give the presentation first, Solomon, and then the chair will ask you questions. So before us, we have docket item number 9, case number BZA 2021-64. The subject site is 6801 North Pontiac. existing in the R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to allow for the installation of a 6-foot fence in their front and street side yards. The applicant's home is located in the Lion Creek Valley area. This is an aerial view of the subject site on the corner of North Pontiac Avenue and Northwest 68th Street. This is a rough image of where the fence currently sits, a 4-foot fence, and they are requesting a variance of 2 feet. These are the qualifications to be granted a special exception from this board. There is good and sufficient cause, etc., etc. I won't go through all of them, but it is there. And that concludes my presentation.
Right. Najma, can you, since it's hard for Solomon to hear us, so is the fence that we see, it says the front yard, but this is a corner lot, right? So is the fence technically on the side of the house?
So
Yes.
it would be the street side yard, correct? Yeah.
Okay. Is that right, Solomon? So why do you want a taller fence, Solomon?
Actually, I have two kids, which is 9 and 6 years old. The fence is low, and the people is passing in that way. And when they play outside, every time they stay.
Okay, Solomon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Solomon, we're having a hard time hearing you. Can you talk slower and move closer to the microphone?
Okay. After I have 2 kids, that 9 years and 6 years.
Okay.
And the fence side is the walking side, and the people that are passing in that way, the kids, they play outside the backyard. Every time they scale for the security, there is a low fence. That's why I need a more 6 feet fence.
Okay, let me see if I understood what you said. You're still having a hard time. So you have 2 children, right? And they play in that yard, and you want a taller fence for them. And that's, I couldn't make out the rest. What did you say? What's the reason?
There is the security, because the side is the people just go to the park.
Yes.
Then every time some people are standing outside or seeing that outside, the kids, they are scared.
Okay, so there's a park across the street, so you have a lot of people there that interact with your children when they're in that yard with the lower fence. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're parking in that way. Actually, one day, one guy is standing outside, they play outside. They scare it, they open the door and they run in the house. After that, they don't need to play outside.
Okay, I think I understand. I think I've understood what he said. Does the board understand this request? And do you have any questions? Yes, Mr. Gort, go ahead.
It also says in the front yard too. Is this going to be a total around the house fence or just the back side of the house?
So this is a corner lot, Tom, I think. And so when it says the front, it is the front of the house technically under the ordinance, but it's the side of this house based on how it's situated. So I think the fence starts at the side of the house and runs along the side, which is technically the front of the house. That's why I was asking Najma to explain that to us. Okay, all right. Any other questions? Then I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
in case number 64, I move that the board grant the request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second? I have a second from, I can't hear you, Mr. Ebbets.
Second, Ebbets.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay.
Opposed.
And chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. All right. Thank you. All right, now I think we're on to Solomon. Thank you. That was granted.
Okay, thank you.
You can sign off now. Case number 12. Let's move to 12. The case number is 132. The address is 6744 Edgevale Drive. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other persons here in support or opposition?
I am promoting Michael Patterson. Genevieve, can you stop sharing your screen real quick so Miss Otto can
thank you.
swear in the
I can't see people when you do that too fast. Thank you, Genevieve. Okay, Mr. Patterson, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you state your name, please, sir?
Michael Patterson.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request for variance today?
You know what? I have not been notified of that report, so I haven't read it, but I did read the rules and regulations on Compass, so that's what I've gotten to.
Okay, so the 9 exhibits are, in your case, there are 10 administrative exhibits that are listed out in that report. If you've been online, you might have heard me say this before. It has our zoning code in it, it has our regulations, it's the staff report itself, it's your submittal, it's the PowerPoint presentation that Genevieve is going to give, and then some communications that we would have received as it relates to your case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 10 items?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted, and Genevieve, then let's hear from you, and then we'll have questions for Mr. Patterson.
All right, so this is for docket item 12, case 00132 at 6744 Edgevale Road. It is in an R6 zoning district, and the applicant is seeking approval of variances to the side and rear yard setbacks to accommodate a garage addition as well as a covered patio. The site location is in the Armor Hills neighborhood area towards the south portion of the city.
Can I say something? I know I'm interrupting, but I do want to clarify something before we move on. I'm not applying for a side yard setback unless something came up in your review, Genevieve.
Yes, so if maybe we could address this at the end of the presentation, that might help walk us through things.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a zoomed in view of the subject property and surrounding houses, and then a site plan showing the patio as well as the garage addition. These are photos of the existing structures from the front, both the house and the existing garage to the rear of the driveway. And then a rendering of the proposed attached garage with a second-story suite, and that will replace the detached garage that you saw in the previous photos. And then here's just a site plan that includes the second-story area of the garage that's attached to the home. And then again, just on the site plan, the patio and all of the setbacks are shown on this site plan. So based on the setbacks, shown on the site plan, the applicant will need 3 variances for the side and rear yard setbacks. This is an odd size lot. So for the side setbacks, there was an average taken of the width. And I think that's the confusion of what the extra variances are. So here's a breakdown of the variance amounts. So variance A for the covered patio addition is on the westernmost side yard and has a required setback that was calculated of 6.2 feet. And the proposed setback on the site plan is 4.9 feet. So the variance amount needed is 1.3 feet. Variance B for the required rear yard setback of 30 feet. The applicant is proposing 25.9 feet. So the variance amount needed is 4.1 feet. And lastly, variance C for the easternmost side yard where the proposed garage will be located requires a 6.2 again foot side yard setback, and the proposed setback is 5.7 feet. Therefore, a half-foot variance is needed. And none of these variances would have substantial change to the character of the neighborhood or detriment to the adjoining properties. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Genevieve. Mr. Patterson, why do you believe the board should grant these 3 variances?
Well, I kind of want to step back a second as well. Genevieve, I was wondering if you could maybe pull up that site plan again.
Sure, a moment.
So when I was working with planners at the city, I proposed this site plan, and I don't know if you can zoom in or not, but my interpretation of the zoning code was that I would take the average lot width as indicated by that diagonal dimension on the front, which I interpreted to be the width of my lot, and the rear diagonal dimension, and the average of those I believe to be so that I didn't need the side setback. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a discrepancy here, but I do, looking at your numbers, understand that those side setback variance requests are pretty minimal. So I don't know how we want to proceed here, but I'm a licensed architect as well as a property owner. So my interpretation of the zoning was such I wouldn't need side yard setbacks.
Describe the patio for me. It's covered, is that correct?
It is a covered patio that's open, just a concrete patio.
Does it have walls though?
No walls.
Covered, so it just has a roof over it and or an awning or something?
That's right.
Okay.
And so I guess to your question, it is a weird trapezoidal shaped lot with no parallel property lines. So the buildable area on this lot is pretty small. And, to actually, we want to stay in the house, and we've got a growing family, and we only have one full bath right now. So our ultimate goal was to at least increase a full bath and then get that 4th bedroom in there. And by removing the detached garage, which is built up to the property line, we think it'll be more maintainable. If you go back to the photos, you can see that it's hard to maintain that garage that's in disrepair right now because we can't really get to all 4 sides without going through my neighbor's properties. And it's been in disrepair since we've owned the house for about 6 years now. So we either need to significantly repair that house or that detached garage, or move forward with the attached garage that we're proposing.
And so in the new addition, you're putting a bedroom suite of some sort in the top of that proposed garage, is that right?
That's right. And access to the 2nd floor would be through the house currently.
And I see you provided some affidavits of the adjoining neighbors that are not opposed to this structure?
Yeah, so the house that you see off to the right in this photo provided an affidavit. The house to the left off the screen provided the affidavit. I spoke with one of my rear neighbors. He gave me the thumbs up, and then the day of I had my notary come by, he was kind of silent, so I couldn't get a hold of him the day of my notary, but he gave me it through text approval. And the other rear neighbor is a flipper developing a house, so the owner was not present. And then my neighbors across the street actually came by and asked if they could collect signatures because they're in approval, but they're not adjoining my property, so I didn't think it was necessary. And then also, my first step was to propose it to the Homes Association. So they have given their pre-approval via an affidavit that's been submitted. And I actually used to serve on the board of the Homes Association. So I have a lot of respect for the character of the neighborhood. So I'm trying to do everything conscious of our neighborhood's aesthetics.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions about this request?
One quick question.
Yes.
All right. Is it 2 stories or 3, including the garage?
There's a loft above the master closet. So it's technically 2 stories with a loft.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, that's a very unusual shaped lot and a little bit of askew siding on the house too.
Yeah, most of the property is actually in front of the house that's not buildable. So the wedge shape is facing a unfortunate direction for me. But yeah.
But the height of this is not out of sync, right? That's not a variance we have to deal with in this case.
No, it's actually significantly shorter than the existing house if you looked at it in elevation.
Right. All right, other questions, comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this matter.
Madam Chair, case number 132, I would move that the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
So moved, Ebbets.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you.
All right, let's move along here. Let's go to item number 13 with a case number of 133 and an address of 1101 Pacific Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other parties who are online interested in supporting or opposing this request for variance?
I am promoting a Jean Farella and a Mary.
Okay, thank you, Anna. I see the woman whose name is Mary. Can you state your full name, please?
Mary Fasoni.
Mary Fasoni. Okay. Ms. Fasoni, you're the applicant, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. is it Farello?
Yes.
Are you here in support or opposition?
Support.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in too. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Jean Marie Fiorello.
Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Fasoni, have you reviewed the staff report connected to your application?
Probably, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So the staff report is the report I've been referring to today. It's a summation of what you're asking and the facts supporting it. And on the 3rd page or 4th page of that report, there is a list of administrative exhibits. Those are the rules and the staff report and all those things. There's 9 of those. Do you have any objections that I admit those so the board have those all to consider today?
I have no objection.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and there's a PowerPoint. Najma, this one is yours too, so we'll let you speak and then we'll have questions for you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's
Thank you,
okay.
Madam Chair. Before us, we have CDBZA 2021-133. The subject site is 1101 Pacific Street, located in an R1.5 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the front and rear setback requirements, as well as the residential vehicular use area dimensions. The subject site is located in the greater downtown area, and it is on the corner of Pacific Street and Troost Avenue. This is the site plan, and it shows the variances to the front yard setback, as well as the rear yard setback and the variance to the vehicular use area dimensions. Variance A is for the required front yard setback, which we calculated as being 9.97 feet. The proposed side, that should say front, that's weird. But the proposed front yard setback is 12% of the lot depth at 7.98 feet. The applicant is asking for a variance in the amount of 1.99 feet, so essentially 2 feet. The second variance B is to the required rear yard setback, which is 25% of the lot depth, which we calculated at 16.625 feet. The proposed rear yard setback is 15% of the lot depth at 9.975 feet. This is requesting a variance in the amount of 6.65 feet. The final variance C, is to the vehicular use area in residential districts. The maximum percent of the pavement in the side yard is 20%, and the proposed percent of pavement in the side yard is 45%. The applicant is requesting a variance in the amount of 25%. And that concludes my report. There was a lot of S's in there. I have a list, so forgive me.
All right, then let's hear from the applicants. Why do you believe the board should grant these requests?
So new residential home to enhance the neighborhood, and the lot's been empty for quite some time. My sister and I own both adjacent properties. We've been attached to the neighborhood for a really long time. Both sides of our family grew up there. We are long-term residents, intend to be long-term residents. And so the intention is for our own personal use. We're not looking to, develop this land and move on. We also are very familiar with the aesthetics of the neighborhood, and with its long history of just architecture in general. A lot of codes, if you went back to try to put codes on the existing properties now, it just wouldn't happen. So we want to stay in line with how all the other properties have been built, are built, and but also maximize the use of the space. I will say I am, in addition to having a job at Burns & McDonnell as a visualization designer, I'm also a sculptor. And the use of the side yard where the two garages are is for me to be able to work on some bigger sculptures and use that space for that. It's not really to load up a lot of cars. Other than that, I think that sums up the reasons why I'm hoping to get this variance passed.
Okay.
Happy to answer any other questions.
I'm just trying to understand the location here a little bit better. Give me a second. I'll get back at your site map.
Do you want me to pull the picture back up?
Yeah, would you do that? Because it's easier for me to see it. Yeah, now that I understand what she just said. I'm trying to look at my one on my other screen, but we don't have an elevation drawing of this house, of this proposed house, right?
There may be one in the larger packet.
There was one. Okay, I didn't see that in the packet.
I can attach it here in a bit because this came from another permit request. So can you see my screen?
Yes. So that's the current vacant lot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying that you own the adjacent property. Is that correct, the applicant?
Correct. We own the house. That's the two existing houses. So there's 4 lots in all 4 of those are owned by my sister and I.
Gotcha.
2 of them on each end are already built. And so the yard or the side where the garages would be right off of Troost. And that's where the extra less yard would be concrete.
So, Madam Chair, it would be this house here, this lot here, this lot here, and this house here.
Okay, that helps. Okay, all right, thank you, Najma. All right, board members, do you have questions about this request? No questions, then I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 133, I move the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Did we lose Mr. Ebbets? Then Randy, you should vote if he's gone.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, aye. All right, then we have a 5-member panel. Somehow I think we've lost Mr. Ebbets. All right. Ladies, your request has been granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Was Mr. Ebbets going to be gone the rest of the day? Did I just miss that? I know he's having power outages at his building, so maybe that's part of the problem.
He didn't mention anything at the beginning of the meeting, so maybe
Okay.
he's just having some
Yeah.
technological issues with the power.
Yeah, that's what I wondered. Okay, so let's keep going because we have a quorum of 5. So let's not pause for that. Okay. All right. So up there, he's back. Give him a second. I think he moved home. I think the ambiance has changed. Are you there, Mark? Can you hear us?
Mark, can you hear us?
I don't know that he can. No, he's connecting.
Mark?
Can you hear us, Mark?
Yeah, I
Okay.
lost my computer. I'm back, sorry.
Yep, that's okay, because Randy stood in for you, so we're good. So we finished
Yeah.
that case. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. That's good to have an extra person. Let's move to the next case, which is docket item 14, case number 134, with an address of 10427 North Virginia Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other persons of interest, either in support or opposition to this request for variance?
I am promoting Chris Teal. He's the applicant. No others are raising their hand.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Mr. Teal, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
And
me?
I can hear you and see you. Okay, sir, could you
Wonderful.
state your name, please?
Chris Teal.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, have you had a chance to review the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request for variance today?
Yes.
Okay. On page 2 of that report, going on to page 3, there are a list of 9 administrative exhibits that are connected to your case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No, I don't.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Najma, when you're ready, let's do your PowerPoint, and then Mr. Teal will talk with you in a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Before us, we have docket item number 14, BZA 2021-134. The subject site is 1042-7 North Virginia Avenue, existing in an R7.5 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential vehicular use area, dimensions, and the front yard. The subject site is located in the Gashland-Nashua area in the northern Kansas City. This is an aerial view of the subject site. And the next few slides are pictures of the existing driveway being proposed for essentially just a resurfacing. I don't know driveway terms, but I'm sure you understand. And this is the site plan and an explanation of the front yard by our code's definition and the vehicular use area that is being proposed. It's pre-existing, but because of our code, if someone is proposing to redo a project that is outside of the code, they have to request a variance. The variance is for the maximum percent of pavement allowed in the front yard, which is 40%. The proposed percent of pavement is 43.1%. and the variance is in the amount of 3.1%. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you, Najwa. Mr. Teal, so you want to put this this driveway back exactly, you want to pour new concrete exactly the way it exists today?
That is correct. Yes, I don't want to make it any bigger, just the same size.
Okay. And so this was just built somehow not quite up to code, or did code change on this one, Najma?
It was built as a part of a larger subdivision, so it may have been allowed. I just couldn't find any recorded, documents saying the driveways in this area in the front yard are allowed to be over 40%.
I see. Okay. Does the board have questions about this request? Okay, then I think I would entertain a motion. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So in case number, sorry.
134. 134.
Yeah, 134. Thank you. I recommend that the applicant be granted the request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gortz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Teal.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. Okay, let's move right along to item number 17. Case number 60 with an address of 416 Prospect Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I do not believe the applicant is going to attend this meeting. This is kind of a unique situation that I can get into now for my staff presentation.
So how can we hear the case without an applicant?
He is refusing to pay the invoice and to have any correspondence with us. And I've been directed to sort of like formally wrap up this case. So the investigators can proceed with.
Okay, now I understand, Nana. I was just like, I thought we were going to hear it without him, but now I understand why. Okay, so he is not appearing today. So you're asking us to consider dismissal of this case. Okay,
correct.
Go ahead on.
Okay. To share more about the subject case. So this docket item number 17 focuses on 416 Prospect Boulevard. It is zoned R6, and the applicant is appealing determinations related to property violations. The subject site is in the northeastern portion of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow. You have Prospect Boulevard over here to the east, and then Garfield Elementary School down to the south. So inspectors received a complaint about a single-family home that was being used as a duplex. They inspected the site on April 20th. Yes, it did snow that day, so these pictures are accurate. And as you can see, there is a unit on the bottom and the top floor. This is another perspective of the subject home with both of the entrances to the units. And then this is a capture from Google Street View dated May of 2021. Still looks like that. So per our code in the R6 district, duplexes are only permitted if they are on corner lots, and this is not on a corner lot. This is, within the lot. As I've mentioned before, we've made several attempts to contact the applicant. Typically, these appeals come before us because the applicant is looking for some sort of stay of enforcement, but with no communication or attempts to deconvert the building. That brings some concern to us. We've also had some communications with potential buyers of the property. who were made aware of this case and of the code issues through the applicant. So we do assume that they are aware of the case. They've yet to pay their invoice, and we request that this case be formally dismissed and resolved so that the inspectors can proceed with enforcement. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Anna. Do board members have questions of Anna of this situation?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Tom.
can we see the picture again, please? Is there steps on the right-hand side that goes upstairs?
No, those are to the other building.
So is that a duplex next door?
I don't know. I don't know that that's relevant to this case. That would be a separate matter.
Thank you.
Okay, so Anna, remind me, this has been on file for how many months?
Since April? Well, let me double check. Hold on.
I just want to make sure that I heard that in the record, that this has been on our case list and been continued. Is that true?
We have not been able to proceed forward with any sort of action because they've not communicated and they've not paid their invoice. In all cases, we would never bring a case forward to the board until their invoice was paid, but it's proven that they have, no interest in doing that.
Okay.
The appeal was filed. Hold on, it's loading. Was applied for in May, and the code case has been occurring since April.
Okay, and our rules and regulations do not have a time limit for them to pay the fee. In other words, it's just a reasonable determination.
I believe so.
Okay, all right. I don't have any other questions. Other board members have questions? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
in case number 129, I move that the board dismiss this case.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. I believe we have one final case on our docket today, which is docket item number 18, case number one.
I just want to know, is this case number 60?
The one we just ruled on.
Correct. I think Mr. Stiller said 129. I just want to.
Oh, he did. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. I apologize. Okay, so the record is clear. You meant on case number 60, your motion was on that case. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
60.
Yes. Do we need to do a new motion on that, Ms. Baxter?
I think you've clarified it.
Okay, all right. Then, thank you, Randy, for catching that. Let's move on then to the last docket, item 18, case number 130 with an address of 8019 Warnell Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any person here in support or opposition of the request for appeal?
I'm promoting Joshua Harden. And no one else is on the line or raising their hand.
Okay. Mr. Harden, if you can hear me, would you turn on your microphone and your camera, please?
I think I got it.
Yes,
All right.
I can see you. Okay.
Great, thanks.
Sir, can you state your name, please?
Sure, Joshua Harden.
Okay, and would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report connected to this application?
I have.
And are you counsel for the applicant?
I am.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Do you have any objections to the 10 administrative exhibits that are listed on the second page of the staff report?
I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, Mr. Harden. As soon as we've done that, then we'll hear from you, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have case number CDBZA 2021-130. The subject site is 8019 Warno Road. The zoning area is B3-2. The applicant is seeking an appeal to the determination addressed in case ZDC 2021-0404. Also, Madam Chair, if you didn't see, there is a corrected affidavit that shows all necessary names and parties.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay.
The subject site is located in the Country Club Waldo area of the city. This is an aerial view of the subject site on the corner of West 80th Terrace and Warno Road. This is a Google photo of the former site. This is or the former sign. This is a picture of the old sign that was approved legal non-conforming before. And this is the new sign that triggered the determination that the non-conforming site had been replaced and thus not in compliance with the code. 88-445-15-C2 states that alterations and expansions of non-conforming site are prohibited if it does not align with the following language. No structural alteration, enlargement, expansion, or change in sign type may be made to a non-conforming sign unless the alteration, enlargement, expansion, or change will result in elimination of the non-conforming aspect of the sign. This pole sign is non-conforming in and of itself, thus it is not in line with the code. Some key points on this case is that on August 10, 2021, city's planning staff inspected the property, and it showed that the pole sign that was located in the front of the store, the business is has no plans or permits, so it wasn't permitted through the city, and it is a new sign that has been installed, and I can go back to the pictures if you all want to see those again. With that, that concludes my staff report.
Okay, thank you, Najma. Mr. Harden.
Yes.
How did this sign get here?
That's a really great question. So just to give you a bit of a timeline, which by the way, I mean, I would love to be able to try to identify some error that the staff has committed for the purposes of this appeal, but quite honestly, we can't. What my client really wanted to do was to kind of inform you of the timeline on this was, you know, like Ms. Muhammad said, the violation was discovered August 10th. My clients closed on the property on August 11th, the day after the violation was discovered, and then they received the notice of the violation on September 7th. So to answer your question, Chairwoman, we have no idea. It wasn't disclosed to us in the closing or the purchase of the property. So, I mean, here we are. We wanted to appeal the violation, really to try to just inform the board of the timeline and that we really weren't associated with any kind of flagrant violation of the ordinance. So we bought it. We bought the problem. So
okay. So who was the former owner?
I apologize. Let me see. I didn't know you were going to ask me that. But
I'm just, since this happened, so you don't know when this sign was installed?
We don't. We know it was obviously before we bought it, and it any kind of code violation was not disclosed to us. But in terms of when it was installed, I've got no idea.
Okay. I see this notice went to Richard T. Bryant. He's the lawyer. Is he part of your clients, or is he connected with your client? So he would be the previous owner?
That's my guess. He's not associated with us. The previous owner, the seller, was Susan E. Wicks LLC.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm one board member, Mr. Harden, and I appreciate the disclosure, but this is a violation, and we allow this, then every mistake is going to be allowed. But I'm one board member, so. But I mean, I think without any evidence to the contrary as to why, this should be a conforming sign, I'm not sure we can help you on this one, Mr. Harden. So, board members, do you have questions? I don't think so. All right, then I think you maybe have to take this sign down, but let me call for a vote. Do I have a motion on this case?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would move that the board uphold staff's decision in case number 130.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and the request on appeal has been denied. Thank you, Mr. Harden, for your honesty. We appreciate that. I hope the new owner has good luck without that sign. It's pretty, the storefront's pretty close to the street. I think people will know how to find them. So
I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Board members, staff, I think that concludes our obligations for today's docket. And so I will adjourn us. Our next meeting is in December. Is that correct?
Correct. December 14th.
Okay.
And it will begin at 9. We'll do an all-day meeting. But there appears to be no need for 2 all-day meetings now, just the one.
Well, that's better. Okay. So I wish everyone the happiest of holidays until I see you in December, and be safe, and we'll see you in a month. Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye.